I need food. Me too, man. Same. Damn. We're all the dang wolves. Well, the chat sound like a South Park episode. Where's the damn sun? That's the better question. Come fish like a cool kid. Yeah. All the cool kids do be fishing. Non-stop. All day, every day. Ooh, for me?
Need more ammo for it too.
That's the last thing I need, but I'll take it.
Well, it's no sense me carrying it if you got stacks and stacks already.
Oh no. No, I can't put it in the fire barrel. Trash can, here it goes. Oxygen tank. Frying pan. Actually, I haven't seen FAL yet.
Yeah, neither have I.
Auction off some ammo.
Ooh, why would you want an AKM semi?
Where should we go? I'm afraid to go back to Athena 1. I don't want it to get freaking launched into space or something. And I don't know. If we go to airfield, we can't. I had to park like on the road-ish, like before airfield. I can't park in the airfield. I ain't risking like parking inside the airfield and then the bombs start going off and then I gotta try and find a way through the gate. We do need a sheet metal though.
Yeah, we do need that.
We need like 30 now. Yeah, we need 30. Because it takes 40. And we have 10. Yeah, so we need 40. Well, we need 30. I mean, we can head back up to base and check out warehouse and see if it's one there real quick. And then head over to factory, I guess, and check that. I don't know if the mine would have any. Is the mine, industrial?
Technically, yes.
Isn't that one
But
place that,
I've never seen metal there, though.
it is a crap ton of buildings there, too, yeah.
And there's a shit ton of zombies, too.
Also, there's, Brent's, well, I think Brent's is industrial. Sawmill.
Well, the west side of Vercuda is industrial.
Oh, there's another factory also by the hospital.
Yeah, that'll be probably where you want to go.
Oh, there's
That's
a factory right by the mine too. I mean, right, extremely right by the airfield, like right to the right of
that.
it.
Yeah, that's not as good though. The one by the hospital is way better.
Yeah. Well, we can still hit all of them on the way.
Yeah, but I gotta go for a minute before we take off.
Hey, buggy. It's a zombie. Shoot it. You got the red head torch. But yeah, just update for the VOD's sake. From last VOD. So the car, uh, the red one, went to, I don't know, maybe it like fell out of the map or something. But when I came back, I filled out a ticket and stuff like that. But when I came back, the money was in the insurance thing. So clearly it died or something happened to it. I don't know, for the insurance to come through. But I do like the green one better. That's cool. Um, but if that happens again, I'm gonna just either get one of these trucks or a different truck, or like I'm gonna try a different car out. Let's see. Because that was strange. Which I don't want to have to do because I like this car. You know, it could have been a, child. I mean, it could have been a demon. Not me. But, because I do love that demon, though. Hit up some industrial, get some sheet metal. Start working towards making that cabin. Knock the cabin out. Set up the solar panel. Set up lights in the cabin. Then set up the gun racks and stuff inside of the cabin. Storages and stuff in there. Move it all out of the garage. Throw it in the cabin. I might I might have to dig up that parking meter thing that's at the base because it's in an awkward position. I didn't mean to place it down like that, but I don't know. Might not have to. We'll see. I still don't know like how it fully works with like storing and taking out vehicles for that mod. I'm dishing out Viking advice. me. The sporter. Key click. I don't got no ammo for it. So good. Some Mag 3 Masterwork heavy. Maybe. I haven't tried it. I want to use that mess. Pretty sure it should. Should work like the combat one. Actually, while he's AFK, I'm gonna run back to base and I'm going to stash. What was I just about to stash? Hold up. Let me think. I was going back to base to. What the fuck was I gonna do just now? Fridge, no. NBC, no. Storages. Is there anything? Oh yeah. I know. I was gonna put the key in the tent, the spare key in the tent, just in case, you know, I die or something, and like Vikings on alone or something. You know, and I can't, or like something weird happens where like the server resets after I die or something like that, then I could like at least grab the key from a tent. You know, something like a rare incident. There we go. I'm running into the tent to put a key in the tent. Any taxis around?
How about new spawns here?
New players?
Well, they got nothing on. The chick's got a hunting jacket, short shorts, boots, no gloves, no head wrap, nothing.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I just saw them.
There's another one with the exact opposite.
They put on a teddy bear head for a second. They had a freaking teddy bear head on with it. Which, I mean, if you need to protect your head, then I mean, I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. Throw on the teddy bear head. Get frostbite on your head. What's that sound? Sound like a tree fell. Alright, take that key out. Throw this key in. Close this. Willing to pay for a ride from work to GM. Should we go grab him, Viking? There's no factories up north either, but yeah, we'll still grab them. What was their name again? Kilo? Let's go save a freshie's life. Freshie patrol, or what should it be?
Freshie escort.
They might die before we get there, though, to be honest. If they're on their freshie, because they don't, unless they found some food and like defrosted it and stuff. Or they might, you know, be limping by the time we get over there. Yeah, what if we get over there and they're limping and they just die in front of us? That'd be fucked up. That was kind of like how the dude was last night. That I freaking saved. He was like, help. You got food, please. Saved his life though. Already got the morphine and stuff. Save their life. To be a hero. Oh, the door already on. Okay. I want to play the music, but I'm afraid to play it because I don't want it to get copyrighted.
Yeah, I don't hear it anyway.
Or is there no spark plug in this or something? There's no battery. What? The battery died. Nice. What up? I got one right here. Battery. I'm not on my way yet. I lied. Hold up. Time for the game to almost freeze. There we go. Got it. Hey. Now we on our way. Close. Oh, why I gotta restart in 30? Damn.
What was you doing? Hold on, tap.
I want to ghost ride the whip. We got a freshie to save in 30 minutes. That's the mission timer.
It'd only take like 5.
I'm afraid to go like fast, cause I know it's stumps all over this place. Oh, we should have checked that little cabin to see if it was freaking sheet metal in there.
Stay away from those things.
Might probably weave through them. Yeah. Oh, somebody's car here.
Beep beep.
They're not. I don't think they're in there. I think they just left it. Or maybe they lost it or something.
They're probably up in the military area.
Come on, come on. Ah, no. God damn it.
Yes.
The little engine
Angle.
that could. Switch. There we go. So let's steep over here. Hey, we on the road. Hey, somebody shut up base over here. Oh yeah, that's where I used to put my base. I used to put my base right over there by that pond. And I used to like fish over there, just be fishing. It was like the perfect place for just chilling and fishing. The wolves will come up every now and then, but this
This could be another area to get sheet metal.
is this. Oh shit! That's probably gotta go to. I can't speak. Probably just gotta go straight across through the freaking grass.
Well, the road curves over to where we need to go.
They said I could run the woods. No, I got you. I got you. We ain't called the rescue squad for nothing.
He comes running out of the trees and you run him over.
Freaking bear pops out. Oh shit! Is that a fence? Yeah, that's a fence right there.
Look.
Oh shit! Yo, we about to leave him.
Holy fuck, big pimpin'.
Yo.
Thanks, man. Preach.
I heard you ordered premium Uber.
Give me a Uber, yes, sir.
He does tend to get lost.
Shit, there's someone else back here. That scared me.
Scare my customers, buddy. Oh shit, that's a log. That's a log. Go, go, go. Oh shit, that was a lag spike. Turn, 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 turn. Eh? Am I going the right way? Or do I
Right,
gotta-
to right, right,
So
right!
What is this car?
How much? It's
How much is
250k, but with insurance it's
God.
275.
Oh fuck. Okay. Yeah. Nowhere near that. How much you want for the ride, my man?
Free. Man,
Fence.
Shit, my game froze right there.
I thought it was one of those fake fences.
Sorry, I didn't hear. How much? What was it for the ride? My
Your
whole thing
your
froze up.
soul. Nah, it's free. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just I'm really lagging right now because we're going through shit. I got a piece of shit computer. If I don't talk, it's just because I'm in the stutter zone. You know what I'm saying?
Alright. Oh man. There we go. Oh man, he in potato gang. No. Am I good to turn already?
Yes.
Or should I follow this road that I'm about to get on?
Take
Where you
her.
boys from?
I'm from Florida.
Damn.
So,
It get cold
Minnesota.
like Minnesota.
yeah, all this weather's good today.
What's that? Sorry.
The shitty ass weather in this game is like everyday occurrence for me.
Yeah, what if I run a random
I feel
over?
you, brother. I'm from Canada.
Oh shit, we gotta kick him out now. Yeah, Canadian. Oh my gosh. I'm just kidding, fellow
The
ears.
characters in this game seem to be kind of pleasant.
Nah, yeah, you're right.
I never know that's negative 40 degrees.
Bro, I'll be honest. I never thought I was gonna get a ride in a Mustang on a server.
You just call this a fucking Mustang? Yo, hold up. I'm about to kick you out, dog. Say no damn Mustang.
It's a Dodge. Okay. So what? I gotta give you something, man.
Nah, you good.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't need anything.
Fuck, man. Appreciate it, man. It's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Bro, why can't I close my door? Stop.
What's your name so in the future, you know, help you out maybe at one point?
What happened?
His name's Leak
Leak and
Viking.
Viking. All right. Thanks, boys.
You must got your push to talk on Y, cause you keep putting down markers every time you talk.
It's actually on T. I use
Oh,
Y
T
to
is the marker,
erase
yeah.
them.
Isn't the server about to restart? I think it
And there's a
was.
storm coming in. I think. Yeah, there's a storm coming in.
I'm still pissed. He called.
I didn't realize I was.
He mean to
I
say
had my
that.
earplugs in.
He mean to say that, Hellcat. We know you ain't no Mustang. Fucking
It's a
dodge.
4-door. There's no Mustang that's 4 doors.
I had the like sound suppressed, and all I heard was, I never thought I'd get a ride in a Mustang, the GT. I'm like, man, the disrespect.
Do we need anything else here?
Not really. Let me get some water though.
Get my heat buff back again.
All these freshies be like, "Is there anything I can do for you? Like, you need anything?" Like, no. Yeah, I need your starter 10K. like no. I don't need anything.
dude in here with a freaking Winchester.
It would probably be interesting, honestly, being an Uber on this server and just being like a freaking taxi driver. Probably get some weird stories and some weird people. Damn, I got ups. I made it. It's like barely does anything. Nope. First red flag, he said Canadian. Second red flag, he called a Dodge a Dodge
You worship a
Charger
maple leaf.
a Mustang. But then again, I don't expect him to know American cars.
Not like they have their own car company. At least I don't think so. I've never heard of a Canadian car.
Do they really not make cars? You know? I want to look that up now.
That's what I'm just doing. Okay, they got 8 brands. Or, yeah,
Are we safe in these buildings from the?
never heard of them.
This one?
Yeah, dude, you're in the safe zone, bro. You ain't gonna die.
Oh, all right, cool. Thanks.
What are the brands?
Canadian Electric Vehicles, Filio Corporation, Grande West Corporation Group. I don't even know how to say that. Incas, Magna International, Magnum Cars, and Multimatic. And yet, when you go to images, it's all American cars.
Does anybody have any?
Yeah, they don't really have any.
Like 39, they want to trade for anything?
I don't have any 7.62 by 39. Sorry, man.
Okay, no worries. Anybody? I'll trade, whatever, or buy it off you straight up.
Damn, we having a party over here. You know, we got like. Is there somebody in there? We got like 7 people here. 8. We got the whole server here, damn near. Almost.
9. 10.
It's probably some people by the parking. God damn, climb it, bro.
10 people in here.
Got my fresh Chuck Taylors on.
What ammo can you buy here? Like this trader.
Jack shit.
Can't buy
Really?
any ammo
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is it all
they made it that way. 'Cause
BM?
it- I assume it's all either
There's so
black
many
market or,
freshies, yeah.
quote unquote.
Why can they multiply?
Yeah, you think?
Okay.
Where did they all come from?
Hey, bro, you don't have to hit the deck, dude. It's
Sorry, old habits.
yeah.
They all hit the ground.
Your gun's on the ground, bud.
That's not mine. Hit the dirt!
I'm assuming like
He's
most
still
of the
laying
servers
down.
here-
Whose gun is that? Oh, I'll gladly take it if you're giving it away.
Although someone snatched the ammo already.
What? It fell through the earth. Okay. R.I.P. my $20. Let me get my
Somebody else
$20.
doesn't have one go?
I tried to light it up.
Sorry?
Hold up. Oh, it's 10.
Asking if anybody else needed a gun.
Do you know what ammo the Macmillan takes? The sniper thing?
308.
Really? Okay, thank you.
Good luck
Dude, I
finding a
have not
mag.
found any 308 rounds at all, ever.
Really? Well, I think I'll hold on to it, so whatever.
Right
I
there.
don't know. I think. Oh, where do
Who's
you
giving
find
away
308? Is it on the island on the east? That's the only spot, right?
Oh, sweet, thank you.
Is somebody
Oh,
giving away guns? I wouldn't mind chatting further.
Holy fuck! Look at this guy.
You know what?
He's carrying a whole family in his hands.
I'll be Santa real quick with you. I'll be Santa.
He lives in a van down by the river.
Ooh, that's a nice looking Glock. You know what? I'm gonna upgrade it. This Glock. They can have my old
They
Glock.
were just, who was looking for the gun? Someone was just looking for a gun.
It's the guy carrying a family. in
No,
his
I don't
hands.
think someone was looking for a gun. I think it was just wondering whose gun it was that was on the ground.
Oh, okay.
No, another guy came up, I think, and said something. He wouldn't mind if someone was giving a gun away.
Oh,
But
gotcha.
I don't
gotcha.
see him.
Yeah,
He took off.
that was me with the family in the hands and the orange
This Glock beautiful.
Dutch oven.
Oh, it
wait,
was
do
you.
Well, there you go.
It was me.
On the floor.
Awesome. That is spectacular with a clip. With a clip.
You guys
Whoa,
could hear
quick.
him?
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
Can't hear him. Oh,
You
okay.
can't
That
hear
must
me?
be bugged because I can't hear him.
Hello,
That is
hello,
weird.
hello.
I can hear you. Just one person.
Thanks for the gun, man. I appreciate
I
it.
like this suppressor better. Mini sight. There we go.
Ew, you pulling
I got
those
one
guns out
more.
of- Jeez. Every time you give a gun away, you pull another one out of your ass.
I've got more guns than I need. It's just
Anybody want a Glocky? Want some 9x19? Hello?
If someone's getting rid of 9x19s, I'm happy to take them.
Yeah, anybody want a Glock with 9x19?
No thanks, I'm good.
Then who won the
I
down by
don't need a
19?
Glock, but I always could use 9x19.
This guy.
Here you go.
Awesome, thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Now I got 2 for Glocks for no reason. You know, I'm gonna just put it in the trash can. Because I upgraded my Glock anyway. I'm gonna take that suppressor back though. Maybe one of the freshies just being shot and I want to use a mic.
Ooh, this guy.
What is that? What are you holding?
The
AK variant?
MAK. It's the one that you gotta like build.
Oh, okay.
You gotta find like the MAK frame, then the barrel.
Okay, because I got an MAK, but it's like just the basic one, right?
I think that's just a regular AK.
That's an
Yeah,
AKM.
it's AKM, yeah. Yeah, I'm straight from vanilla. This is all new to me. Like, I'm always played only vanilla shit, so kind of overwhelmed with all this shit, like cards and stuff, blowing my mind.
I know, it's nice, right?
Yeah, I mean it's different.
Have you seen
It's,
any of the?
first PvE server?
Have you seen any of the special zombies yet, or no?
Didn't know. No, I've just been in like Vorkuta and like the north side of the map so far.
Well, you might not want this
Yeah, just don't go walking through the woods by Black Market.
Right, it's bloodsuckers, some of that shit. Is that what it is?
Worse.
Something evil, more evil. Say animal.
Okay.
It's a demonic stag that
like I
will.
said, like I said, I've been playing DayZ for like 15 years or whatever when it came out in mod and shit, like when the Moss first came out on the Arma whatevers. But I haven't. Yeah, but I haven't like. You know, this is my new reintroduction to the Mall. Like I've done the Mall survival stint with PvP stuff, but it's my first PvE experience. Let's put it that way. Checking it out. It's kind of cool. It's fun not to get fucking shot at every fucking 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a lot stress free.
Yeah, wait till you run into the bloodsuckers. Or the wolves.
See, I've run into the bloodsuckers, but in like 10 years ago. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
I don't know.
Right, yep.
So I don't know if
Yeah,
they've
they're
changed.
still as fun.
Yeah.
I haven't ran into any
Well, they
canines.
don't one-shot you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I hit just like the earlier zombie.
Yeah, it's just the sound when they see you. Rah, it gets all fucking loud.
Yeah, well, I guess do they teleport? Because I remember they used to teleport back in the day. They jump around.
I know
Yeah,
they're invisible initially, but I don't think they teleport, do they?
Oh, but they will chase your ass to the end of the day.
Well, that's slightly comforting. Oh, that's cool, man. I didn't. All right, as long as it's a challenge, I like a challenge.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The zombies here hit pretty hard. You can get
Yeah,
swarmed
I've
pretty
noticed.
quick.
I wonder if
I'm always breaking my arms for some fucking reason, which I've never had that
you
before.
no, haven't seen any wolves. What? Okay.
Just blocking shots, they break my arm. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of the newer patches. 17.
I don't think the canines are spawning.
I just started playing standalone again in the last year. Like when it first came out, it was fucking trash. Like there was nothing you could do. There was no mods, nothing. Now it's gotten so much better.
Yeah. I mean,
There's a
the
Stalker mod I recently started playing. It's pretty cool too. It's got like new zombies and shit. But it's the only one I've seen is like a PvP one as well, so you kind of gotta watch people and the zombies, and they're tough as fuck. But I like this, I can explore at least, and like you said, you don't have to worry about getting popped every 5 fucking seconds.
right, yeah, that's because the mouse is so small, right?
keep your
But
head warm.
it's such a good map.
Yeah, and it's still
Such a
and
good
it's still a
map.
challenge. The fucking climate will kill you. If not the climate, then the PvE, they'll fucking kill you. Like, you gotta still watch your shit.
Yeah, for sure. Server restart in 3 minutes.
Is that a MP833 gun?
MPA 930 SST.
Is that
I
the one
noticed a lot
that
of
threw?
people are wearing the fireman gear. I
Yeah.
guess that's like the best insulation, right?
Totally. Fireman,
The Jaeger
best
stuff is
installation.
But it's also waterproof. A water resistant.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Better get that Gorka. I think the patrol counts as a Gorka. Or waterproof. Yo, he dying. Wait, I
Boys,
don't.
well, I'm gonna crawl in my hole and die. You guys have a good one. Thanks for the ride again, boys. Appreciate it so much. Fucking saved me a lot of time.
No problem.
Y'all have it. Y'all have a good one, man.
2 minutes.
Hopefully the car doesn't get deleted.
Nah, it wouldn't. But, you know, I'm gonna tarp it just in case, so. Best believe I'm gonna tarp it. I don't know about this dude truck, though. Boom. When I
Let's
tarp
say
it,
it takes 2 restarts.
that's if they manually, you know, delete it.
Yeah.
When I tarp that, car, it turns into a damn SUV. Like the frame of it. Which is actually good in a way, because if you're at black market, then you're like at a height advantage for the sags and stuff. Damn, somebody burnt this fish.
Still say you look like Elmo.
I might put a white ghillie hood on. It actually would match then. Yeah, match with the
Need some white gloves too.
yeah. Wish I had white and red gloves. I wish that sit-in slab outfit was waterproof. I would be wearing that in honor of Tarkov and Killer. But then again, the ghillie would still cover it. And the tactical damn vest. We do need to go to the snow though. We need some MVS chest rigs and stuff. But I am afraid of that one monster that he freaking said he ran over 25 times just to kill it.
Yeah.
I don't know how many bullets that'll take if it took 25 run overs. I don't know how much damage a run over does.
Well, it insta kills everything else.
Yeah. But then again, so does a 50 cal. the Barrett.
I've seen bears take 2 shots with a 50 cal.
Look at my SUV. My freaking Benz truck. Big ass Benz truck. Yeah, I didn't have to cover it. Does that say Hennessy? Yeah. Battery Gucci.
I wish my motor looked like that.
Well, it drove pretty good to Rakuta. So where's the first destination?
Oh, we're looking for metal, right?
Yeah, should we go by warehouse first? By base or
Let's head over to factory on the other side. Just get the furthest one done.
by air? Oh, you talking about like the hospital?
Hospital? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no one's gonna be over there right now.
Well, somebody spawns in right now. Let's run them over. I'm afraid of that. Fleet killed. Blah 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 blah.
Your head torch out?
Probably. Yeah. No. I think the lights are on in the front. No? Yeah, my head's are maybe. That's the fence.
Someone's got something on.
You.
What's going on?
I was just talking to my niece.
Gotcha. Wrong way. Water.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that windy base. I see he's making improvements.
Too bad I won't get much bigger.
I do like that you can see the lights in the back when I brake.
Yeah, I think most model cars do that now, don't they?
Maybe.
For that RP purpose. Heck, we can stop at airfield while we're here.
Airfield never have any good loot. Oh, that's just grass. Skirt. I'll probably never hit 4th gear in this freaking car. Ain't about that 4th gear life on the mouse. On Cherno, I would.
And Deer Isle.
I don't know. Deer Isle road's kinda wonky at times. They don't ever have any like just straight shots. Cherno, the whole right side is just straight. Freaking just floored the whole way.
There's no need to shout.
I used to love going like 140 in the damn Golf Volkswagens back then on Cherno.
Pigs!
Where?
To the left. Run them up there!
Boink.
Come here, Piggy!
Boink.
You missed him.
Headshot. No, I hit him in the head. Oh, it's another one? It's a buggy over there.
Better take my earplugs out so I can hear something.
Alright, where did I kill him?
To your left, down the hill.
Oh, I see one. Gave me pills. Damn, that's a lot of food. Run them over, get max food.
I only got 5.
I don't know where the other one went.
I already got the other one.
It was 3 of them though, right?
Oh, just
Yeah.
2.
I hit 2.
Oh, the second one you missed.
I swear I
got,
hit it.
I got out and shot it.
I swear I hit it. I got the stream pod. It died and squealed. Where the heck is it at?
Oh,
I gotta.
If you hit it, it got back up and ran away because then I shot it. Because it went up the hill.
What the fuck? Zombie piggy. Oh, we're almost there. It's legit right there.
Yeah. Yeah, this map's not that big.
Especially now in the car. Get everywhere in less than 10 minutes. See over that hill.
Now, we don't know what spawns out here besides zombies, so...
Oh, damn.
I don't want to park out here.
Let's lock the door. Even the belt buckle things are green.
It says Daisy Editor.
Huh?
The crane is holding a sign that says Daisy Editor.
Like a billboard type thingy?
Yeah, it's swaying in the wind. Sideways right now. See that thing hanging there?
Oh. Yeah. I think this place is here by default. Is this?
Yeah, it's here by the default. There's a ton of zombies here too.
Jumpsuit jacket.
And they just took off running for something.
Oh, I thought that was sheet metal. Ooh, disinfectant. I'll take that. I did for once get sick earlier. NBC jacket.
Here,
Cool.
can.
I want to shoot the propane tank. I want to see if it explodes. Let me back up a little bit more though.
They do.
Hey, that's cool. I like that. That is dope. And it's actually a good sound. It's not potato. Ding. Another tart. NBC hood.
Upper gas mask.
Oh, you're still alive. So I'll take that. Why not?
Second time now, I've come up to these construction buildings. There's a Remington sitting up here. Concrete mix too. Or more than it.
Huh? Oh, you found like concrete mix?
Mortar mix.
Oh, people will buy that. I missed that shot like hell. Oh shit! Ah, I missed that! I tried to third person it. My third person shot was off. Here we go.
You gotta wear a little mask too.
Oh, he did the planks! Yo, we got the planks. We got the planks. And I found a saw. Hey.
Oh yeah, this was what I was looking for.
Oh, we know where to get planks now. Just need a whole bunch of saws. I don't know if this one saw will be able to kill this. I doubt it.
You have a stone?
Can you cut it with knives?
No, do you have a sharpening stone?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, you can repair your saw with that. I think duct tape works too.
I don't think anybody has a cabin built yet. I don't know how many planks you need. You got a second backpack?
No.
God damn.
But I carry 60 planks.
Sing already. Need another sharpness repair thing again.
I just found another saw.
Hey.
I can't do it while you're doing it though.
Half of the set does despawn. Or like just disappeared. It's a dope little feature.
Look at MPX.
The gun?
Yep.
Why is it here? What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. In these buildings here, there's always a gun up top.
Weird.
I don't have room for it.
I think we do need a crap ton of wood. I mean planks anyway, so.
That should be plenty though.
I think one stack was 40 for like on the cabin thing. Let me actually, I probably could Google it. Cabin Z building materials list. Daisy.
Did you buy a wrench already?
Yeah. Cabin Z. Okay, Z. Does it show it? Yeah, there we go. So we need 20, 40, 60. 60 wooden planks. You got 60?
I've got 70 now.
Alright, so we got all the planks. We just need... we need 40 sheet metal. We got the nails. And we can get the logs. But so our biggest threat is just like the
80
sheet
planks
metal.
now.
just need the sheet metal. So we need 30 sheet metal.
Yeah, there's a couple buildings left to look through. You need a well bucket?
Nah. I said 30, right? Yeah. No, yeah, you need. But there we go. Tabbed out.
Yeah, because there's no sheet metal here.
He said he got it quite a bit. What? I got you after storm. I bet.
Head back to the car.
Tell my son got you after the storm. I could drive it. Hey, I got you. I'll pull up. I'm gonna take this hard. Keep one in the car and keep one on me.
Oh, sharpening stuff.
Come on, get back to the car before my clothes get wet.
I'm already wet. And now I'm back.
You put your clothes that was wet in your inventory?
No.
You gonna
Now
get
that I'm
frostbite.
inside, I should be fine.
You gonna get frostbite, I swear. You might want to take a buffer. He didn't say where he was at.
You might not want to step outside.
I said I can drive to him. Hey, where's the next place? I don't think the harbor would have sheet metal. Alright. With sawmill?
I don't even want to go that side of the island, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah. I feel that. Yeah, I feel that.
Especially in a car, defenseless.
During the blizzard, freaking stag just come running out of nowhere. Oh, maybe you added me to party. Let me add him to party or something. Nah. No wonder we ain't find no sheet metal. He got all the sheet metal. That man got all of it. take it right. Oh shit. Why does it do that? It went slow and then fast. Okay, my character's wet now.
Conveniently when I tabbed out of the game.
Should we go in here and make a fire?
No.
You sure? I don't want to get frostbite.
You're not gonna get frostbite, you're in a car.
I don't trust Daisy though. I don't trust Daisy. Oh, my knife damn. Oh shit. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Ting ting. Come on. Give me the knife. Zombie coming in to the car. Oh, he's just staring at you menacingly.
Holy crap!
He got mad. Alright, I got the whatchamacallit. Now we gotta get the sticks.
That fucker hit me twice and I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding too.
Alright, I got the stuff for the fire.
I forgot there was no windows.
Huh?
The stuff can come right in. We
Yeah.
should probably take this somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or at least through this doorway you're talking about.
Oh, it's locked already. But it's still wet on me. Damp, soap. There we go. Take that off. Damp. Split it. There we go. That. Carrot. Fireplace. Why the sneakers made that sound? Sound like a cup. You know? My sneakers made out of styrofoam. Perfect time to get cooking. Here we go.
The fish are running around.
There's zombies. Maybe there's something else.
There's probably a zombie.
Cause I wouldn't be surprised if a bear come down that hill. It is possible.
Good guy, you got enough food on you?
And nah, cause the freshies always dying and eating it all. Every freaking time I always run into freshies, I'd be like waddling and junk, and they be eating most of it.
I mean, I shouldn't talk. I got plenty of food on me too.
And plus these wolf sticks don't even fill you damn near first.
Yeah, they're
Steaks.
kind of terrible. Oh, I have more ammo for you.
Here's some 5.56. Yeah, I love these big gas canisters. They take forever to dock. It's like the third time using it and it's freaking not even at 75% yet. That's all you.
That's all I got from that last pig.
You dropped your MPX.
I found a room for it.
Huh?
I don't have
you
room
didn't
for
have
it.
Just throw it in the car.
I don't get a chance to.
Need a blood test kit?
Okay, how does this work? I have a dry sack that's attached to my backpack.
Yeah.
The stuff inside of it is damp.
Fake dry sack.
It's so stupid.
So you gotta have the 50K one. You gotta have the
I mean, it's the one
Gucci
that
dry
you threw on
sack.
the ground, but
You need the Gucci one.
it shouldn't freaking matter.
Don't mind me just throwing a whole gas stove in my jacket.
That's hot.
Yes. Perma heat buff. Perma.
Why am I always on fire?
I see one. You felt that? God damn, how many next shots you gonna take with this thing? Next shot. Oh my gosh. Headshot. Usually when I hit him in the neck, they fall. Where's the other one? You freaking snoring. God damn.
Have you seen a G18 yet?
Pistol? Wait, G18?
Yeah.
No. What?
It's just I have a holster that's empty, and that's what I'd like to put in it.
I didn't know they had a G18 mod.
I think it's vanilla. Maybe. I don't remember.
The fully auto G18?
Yes.
The
I know I've played it with
blocker,
it before.
blocker pistol?
And 30 round mag with it too.
God damn it. Yeah, this freaking zombie. This who'd have shot me in the neck? Freaking runs over. Stop shooting me in the neck. Come on, window frame. What the? Is my suppressor dead? Why is it so loud, yo? It's not dead, though. Yeah, it's not suppressed. He ran straight over you. Bing. I wonder if the M1 Grand actually makes the bing sound. It wouldn't be an M1 Grand if it doesn't.
I guess I've never played with it here.
Shot too early. Get nice on that one. I don't know if I like this sight. It's alright though. It's just I wish that I don't know. I wish the dot was a tiny bit smaller.
Yeah. Well, plus you're 0 to 200 with that, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's why I like the sight, but I don't like it.
I hate these €1 coins so much. They're always littering your inventory.
Bop, bop.
Oh. Any last words, Viking? We're about to get bombed.
Hasta la vista, baby.
But... Oh, got him with my
Yeah,
breath right now. Huh?
Still with your shit out there.
One single bullet. What the fuck was that? Poor MPX. I just wanted to be a vector, but it's not. I had two 60 rounders for that, and I threw them in the trash can. Because I could never find it. They're pretty common mags though.
And it jammed.
Nice! Perfect gun.
Pristine and it jammed.
Vectors don't jam. Liz stop? No. Yeah, it didn't stop.
Yeah, the storm's over. Incoming.
Enemy AC 130 and down.
This guy's stupid that you can't get into both at the same time.
Wait, where's the next one? Across the water.
Where are we gonna go talk to that guy?
Yeah. I'm not even holding it. I'm just letting it cruise.
That'd be cool. Cruise control.
Pretty much what I'm doing. I ain't pressed W yet. Just going. Here we go. Pick up some more speed. No. What's his name? Ricky or something?
Don't remember.
Risky.
I can't bring up chat. So.
Head back north.
He might have been out. And about.
Add me. There we go. God damn. I'll give you a ride. What the fuck? He all the way down there? Yo, he like in Brent's. Wait, no. Where's he at on the map?
Well, how far is it?
I don't even see his marker. He's like 2.5k away.
Athena
Oh,
2?
he had Athena Research Institute.
Where's that direction?
I ain't driving this car through Athena Research. Yo, fuck that. That's where the bear slapped me last time. Yeah. I ain't even get to go inside of Athena. This freaking flew down the hill and it slapped me and freaking ran off and disappeared. Did a drive-by on me. Oh, somebody was here. Recently.
A bunch of guns back there.
Was it?
There's like 2 guns by that vehicle.
Yeah, put it in reverse. I
don't
thought
see
those
what
were
it is.
guns, but it looked like a bump. I thought it was a bumper or something. They look like potatoes though.
A car and good starter guns. We could have more free guns to hand out. I just talk.
Huh?
I thought I heard someone in the game.
No, that was probably me. Do a little cruise
Yeah.
through and alert all the zombies.
Okay, so you missed your turn.
That's why I did reverse and run them all over. And backing up. Beep. Beep. Where the rest of them go? Damn. Yo, what the fuck? Why are you asking me that? You're the one selling them. What the fuck?
What are you willing to pay?
You're the vendor. I'm like, what the fuck? Christ.
Hobbies are extra stupid today.
They legit letting themselves get ran over. Freaking ran in front of 20k, bitch. You lucky I won
Well,
him. Fucking
I mean,
scamming motherfucker.
how long would you work for on that?
Yeah. You lucky I got lucky money ain't a freaking SG-20 fucking band. Dude. I'm going the right way? Yeah.
Where are you getting all the candy from?
My sister bought me it.
Your what?
Thank you.
Oh, you want to head down here or head back to Trader?
Back to Trader.
Well, I guess, yeah, this is... Take this on the road, I guess.
I was gonna pick him up, but then he freaking trying to charge me 20k. Nah, you gonna walk for this 20k? Fuck that. Gotta be paying 20k for the little. Aw, shit. He never mind. He close. Is he in the car? Yeah, he in the car.
Yep.
Look at, I guess we both going.
Oh, he got out
Yeah.
to look at loot. Next thing you know, you hear a bear and he goes down. You mean to tell me he's got 20 on him?
Rob him.
Exactly.
We need all that sheet metal. Pulls out M60.
Get done and there's just nothing but holes in the sheet metal.
Oh shit! I thought the car was skinny enough to make it through. I drive a little bit slow here because there's a lot of slopes, up and down. Oh shit! That's a rock. Made it. Blended in with
It's
the ground.
Dwayne! Look at another blizzard again. Jeez.
Oh shit, that's another rock. Oh, these rocks sneaky. Storm again. We all just parking in front of the damn trader. Admin comes on. Get all these damn cars out of here. Hell y'all doing? Somebody threw away AK ammo. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so we got we got the nails. Might need to buy the wire. I'll buy 2 wires, 1 rope. Need 10 sticks. And then from then on it's just logs. Wire rope.
All these guys are coming up for me. Like,
These
with the little
items.
green names.
Oh, the cabins and stuff?
I like the General Trader and whatever trader this
Oh, their
is.
names and stuff.
Yeah, I can't see any like markers.
Well, they do have planter boxes.
Oh, there we go. I guess I accidentally hit a.
Well, it's
Hey.
races, but I mean, it's crazy. Hey, just don't let that inventory with that sheet metal, bud. I need that. Fire metal, door locker.
Because everything's filling up those items.
Did he say he was going to his base?
Yeah, we'll stop by base to pick up 10 more.
Oh, yeah, well, it is a blizzard outside. And apparently the windows don't work to block out the blizzard, apparently. So. And he logged off.
Relogging. Man, I should have brought that freaking bucket. Sells for 5K. Dang nabbit. Oh, they got greenhouses too?
Yeah, and planning boxes.
I think that
The memes. You'll be there soon at the storm. Let's up it yet again. Drive in the storm, bro. Let's go. Discord. Memes and shit. Yes. Safe. Safe. The memes are endless.
a nice little dollhouse you got there.
Hey, building a cabin.
What?
Oh, the dude outside carrying the cabin. Somebody else had a nice little dollhouse. Man. It was this blizzard over, it's gonna be like nighttime. Come on, bro. What's that hat that I'd wear? Oh, the face mask is clipping. ain't mean to spend that much, but whatever. I'll keep it just because it can hold NVGs. Oh shit, whoops. Just gonna hit it right now, should be alright. Yeah, that's what I said. He'll stop once he starts getting wet up. That 20K already burning in his pocket. He ready to get rid of it. Let's throw this something. I was watching the Mafia documentaries this morning.
Yeah.
One of the classic interviews of the dude named Joey. The hitman. Actually, do I? That freaking interview, it's wild, but man. He kinda, he freaking, if he got killed by the Mafia, I wouldn't be surprised. He kinda said a little bit, way too much. Freaking way too much. That dude. That was on like live TV. Actually,
Good evening. I'm David Suskind.
he's almost here. Never mind. I was about to freaking watch it on stream while I wait for him. Could listen to it, but it's like I'd rather watch it too. Here he is. Ew.
Picture 10 of it. Give me a second, I gotta get the rest.
Alright.
That's the middle.
All the metal.
Appreciate it.
No problem. God damn. You're already right. Oh, you put yours all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, there's no fire curve, so.
The battery chilling now. The battery don't be dying in this Hellcat, but the other one, it was fucking dying non-stop. Maybe the red
Are we
one.
gonna go build or?
Probably wait till Blizzard go away, then do it. I could grab some wood real quick. Also, we need logs like right now, so we could also get logs, but
We got X.
I don't know. It might be one at base, but I'm not quite sure. Where did my knife go? Gotta run and go grab some bark. Running over to my favorite tree to get bark from.
30 rounds of 50 cal Beowulf in here. Oh. In the trash.
Guess I can't do that tree now.
The storm's over now.
I guess I could take off the pink jacket now since I ain't doing red and pink no more. Oh yeah, I do need another sharpness, son. Oh, he clutch. He came with a fireplace. Oh, you already got the lighter too. Super clutch.
And who is this?
Rando Man 2000. Got my super manly pink jacket on.
Change your gear again.
Just a helmet. I do gotta change out the jacket though. I'm cruising away in his little Ada. Towards our base. Or not. And you zoom in, you better watch out for a stump. You fucking gonna hit one or hit a person. Zooming in that little Ada. They actually do look actually bomb. No, they actually do look bomb. They're red and white though. Just need probably white shoes. I think I'm gonna get the. I'm gonna switch out my jacket. Hold up. I'm gonna get the squatting squatting slab jacket. The sitting squat. Is it squatting or sitting? Sitting slab.
Squatting.
Sell Brenda's jacket, whoever Brenda is. Slab. Damn, I should have bought the. Oh my gosh. That dude looks fire. Dress up like Killer. Um. Alright. Sharpen this on up. Wait, didn't I buy it? I think I bought the. Or did he auto equipped it? Okay. You don't have to have an armband slot, right?
Huh?
You don't have to like have an armband slot, right? Like,
Equipped?
yeah. Like for the Colt thing? Does it
You don't
matter?
have to. No. What do you mean for the cold thing?
Like,
Like it'll help insulate.
yeah.
I mean, not having it will like reduce your ability to stay unfrozen.
I don't have a lighter addiction. You have a lighter addiction. Freaking 6 lighters and 2 matches. Sell this thing. Just bought that, but I can't resist. They do look cooler. What does it say? Suka blé. It says suka. Buy it. Ammunition pouch. What's some Slav shoes? The black and white Chuck Taylors. Gotta do it. They don't match though. It's too light black. It's like faded. Shoes. Unless I do all white. Well, no, it's red, white, and blue. Oh, let's use assault boots. Whatever.
Do they have white boots?
I don't think so.
Why would they charge 50,000 for these backpacks, and yet you can get a better backpack for 2,000 or 4,000?
Because I think I guess it's like a secret in a way, but even though it's not really a secret, but it's like a donator item. If only that dude found this Canadian backpack, this Canadian butt pack. I need different color pouches, and then it'll be set.
Different holster.
I think that dude just logged off and left his car there. Then covered, and I just left it. It's just like, I'm gone. He left his trunk open, see, I think. Unless he locked it with his trunk open. Oh, you know what's probably been killing it? The battery? I've probably been like just leaving the lights on. That's probably why. Cause I haven't been turning off the lights, so that's probably what. So, yeah. Let's make I probably should have. I think I left my wrench in the last car. I think I got another one in my tent, but I don't know.
What things?
Thought I heard something.
logs out of the way wherever you want to put them. What do you want to call it? Kevin? How many logs did you need?
Let's see.
It's like 10 or something, right?
Fuck. Oh, I got it right in here. I was about to look it up. Alright, so... Yeah, 10. You got the planks in your bag?
Yeah. I'd say right here.
And I can't place it down. You can't. You're not supposed to place it down before. You gotta have all the materials in it first, or it'll glitch out.
Oh.
Oh, it needs 32 stones too.
Well, that's not an issue.
I think we got a pickaxe in there.
There's a mere stone, though. A pickaxe.
You put the logs in the car?
I still haven't put the lumber anywhere yet.
Here we go. Plank, 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 plank. Okay, so we need 10 sticks and 32 stones and 10 logs. I'm gonna put the cabin inside this, and I'm gonna go grab the pickaxe and go mine some stones.
Where am I putting the logs?
Inside the tent. Oh, I just saw it. Where'd it go? Where'd the pickaxe go? Pickaxe. Badly damaged. Gotta repair it. See, is there a rock around here somewhere that I could farm?
Probably towards the trader.
Last time I had just farmed somebody rock over here. It was like in front of somebody's base.
I got the sticks.
Rock, where are you? Why is it so hard to find a rock at night? What the fuck? And it's all hiding right now. Go back over towards the UVs. Here it is. And borrow his rocks. Let's see, maybe I can actually... Let me climb up here first. Let me jump up. I'm gonna try and capture this. This one. Add window capture. Add source. Add source. Window. Oh yeah, I can. Cool. Can't see the title or nothing.
Several years ago, we had a guest on this show who was a killer for the Mafia. His name was Joey. He confessed to having killed 38 men. There have been so many requests to repeat that interview. I decided to do it. Here it is. A conversation with Joey, killer for the Mafia, and we'll begin after this part.
Oh, hold up, get closer.
The guest is a man named Joey. He, by his own admission, has murdered 38 people. He was a paid killer, a hitman for the Mafia. Joey is the author of the recently published book, Killer, in which he describes his career and the world of organized crime. You've killed 38 people. When did you first kill someone? How old were you?
I was 16 the first time I hit somebody in the head.
How did that come into pass?
I was working numbers as a kid, and I was a big, tough kid, and I became a controller very shortly. And one day, the guy come to me and said, I got a job for you. I said, what is it? He said, I want you to hit somebody in the head. I looked at him.
Fuck! I ruined the
"What do you wanna know?"
pickaxe.
He said, by tonight. I said, yeah, all right, see me
I wasn't
tonight.
paying attention.
So I thought it over. You know, if I turn this guy down, all my life I'll be scuffed.
You said you ruined it?
Hustle, make a dollar
Yeah, I
per
wasn't
hour,
paying
you know.
attention.
If
This
I take
quality.
the job, I'm somebody. If I do it right. So I decided to take it.
There's somebody over there.
In them days, I was paid what I considered a fortune. And after I did the job, guys who used to see me, you know, just sort of fluff me off, you know, like that's just another kid walking around.
It's a good thing you got a
suddenly,
sledgehammer,
I
because
can
that'll
get
work
alright,
too.
you know, just like that. All of a sudden, I had new friends I didn't even know I had.
How much were you paid?
$5,000.
At 60.
That's correct.
How did you kill him?
I walked up behind him and I shot him in the back of the head
Why did you kill him?
because I was paid.
You know what he did?
I didn't ask. It was none of my business.
Who hired you? Not the name of the man. I mean, was it an
It was
organization?
part of an organization, yes.
Did they tell you why he was going to have
No.
you die? You didn't ask?
No, it was none of my business. You ain't supposed to ask. They offer you a job, you take the job, you do it. You don't take the job, you don't do it. It ain't your business to know, unless it happens to be somebody where, as you go by, you get a reputation. What does, and they're gonna knock somebody down, and somebody you happen to know, you know, they'll tell you you know him, and they'll give you the option. Well, by the description of what they tell you, you figure you know the person. You say, well, I ain't too interested.
How did you feel when you killed somebody?
No, the
The
first
very
time,
first time.
I don't know. I guess I was a little shook, but after that, it didn't bother me.
Did your conscience hurt?
No.
Did you sleep?
Yeah. I didn't sleep too good the first night. I was tossing and turning for a while, make sure that I got rid of the gun and everything. I made sure everything. I went over everything in my mind, you know, make sure I did it all right. And then after that, and then I was pretty sure that the next day when no coppers came looking for me, everything was all right.
Did you ever wonder about that person? Had a wife or children?
I don't worry about any of them. The same as if somebody comes after me, he ain't gonna worry about me.
What was your background, Joe? Were you an orphan?
I was in an orphanage as a kid.
When did you lose your mother and father?
Well, they died when I was pretty young.
You went to a lot of orphans.
Well, I went to a lot of foster homes. And then we finally got back together again when my old man came out of the camp.
Your father was a criminal.
Well, you call him a criminal, but he was my old man.
What did he do? Why did they put him in jail?
He killed 3 guys. He had a numbers bank up in the North Bronx. And Dutch Schultz sent some guys up there one day to declare himself in his apartment. My old man put him to sleep.
And he was tried and found guilty?
Yeah, he was convicted of manslaughter.
Could there have been any family legacy of killing? In other words, your father...
You
did
got
it,
duct
so
tape to
why
fix
not?
that?
No.
Oh, don't take the sharpness off?
My old man was the type of guy when he had it, we had it. Didn't have it, they didn't have it. You know, it's just one of those things. He did the
Oh,
best
that
he could with what
will
he had.
take the duct tape.
He tried. That's all I can ask him for.
The other men
I
you've
don't
killed,
think I have duct
you've
tape.
done that on contract from the
I
mob?
don't
I've
have
done
it
exactly
either.
35 on contract and 3 for revenge.
3 for revenge.
Please. Oh, but no.
Tell us about 3 for revenge.
Well,
Oh, I
got
guess the
married
sledgehammer getting ruined too.
in 1958.
How old?
I was 26.
How many do we got so far?
And I married a girl who, I don't know, first person I ever
14?
met. whoever gave me anything without me having to take it. And I was hired to do a job for somebody that had nothing to do with hitting. Well, my payoff was supposed to be 40,000.
17.
Only the party thought it would be cheaper to kill me. Only when he went to my house, I was in Reno. I didn't know nothing about it. And he came to my house, and my wife was there, and she was pregnant.
It's about to break.
One of them asked where I was, and my wife said she didn't know, which is true, she didn't.
20.
And they kicked her in the stomach, and she hemorrhaged and died. Then they caught up to me, and they broke my neck. And I put 15 months in the hospital. But they made one mistake. They didn't break it big enough.
You didn't have any duct tape at base?
When I come out of the hospital,
Nah.
I went hunting. And there was nothing in this world that was going to stop me from finding.
Alright, I'm gonna go run and get some
And
pickaxe.
I found. And I watched them all die nice and slow. You ever shoot anybody with a long-range 22? Shoot them in the legs so they can't move. Or shoot them in the shoulders, in the arms, and in the rib cages so they bleed nice and they hurt a lot. You use flathead bullets. What you do is you take a blade and you shave part of the bullet off to make it flat. So when it goes in, it scrambles. And they just kept reloading and kept shooting. And I'll tell you something, I never felt so good in all my life.
3 men. And all the other killings had no personal motive, no
None
personal
whatsoever.
connection. You never knew any of the men.
I knew some of them. But knowing them didn't make it personal.
How is a murder arranged?
We need 9 more
Well,
large
generally,
stones.
I get a message that so-and-so would like to meet me or talk to me, and I call up on a certain telephone that I'll have a number for. And I call them. They say, well, meet me at such and such a restaurant. It might be a restaurant up in East Harlem. It might be a restaurant in Midtown. It might be a restaurant down Little Italy. It might be a restaurant up in the Bronx. It might be a Chinese restaurant. It could be anywhere.
Could it be Miami and Chicago and Detroit?
No, because I'll get my original contract out of the city I'm living in at the moment.
All your work
could
is
be-
contracted for in New York
As a rule, yeah. It could be I'll be going to another city.
to do the job.
Yeah. Then
When you show up at the restaurant,
yeah.
do you come with a mask?
No.
They know who you are.
They know who I am.
Okay.
The bosses know who I am. The people I do the work for know who I am. So I'll go in, we'll sit down, and we'll have dinner. First, the general talk, how's your family, how's things going, you making any money, you're earning, things like that, how's so-and-so, fine. And then during the course of the meal, the man will say to you, well, I got a job for you. That's all right, what is it? This is, so-and-so wants
Such and such.
done. All right, go ahead. How much? He said, well, what's it worth? So I said, all right, 20,000. Done. Before I leave the restaurant, I'll have my 20,000.
Now, wait a minute. What's the price for murdering a man?
Now, today is 20 G's.
Flat 20.
Flat 20 G's.
No matter who it is.
No, if it's somebody exceptional, it's more. Like when they wanted to hit Joey Gallo, the price was 50 grand. And I turned it down.
Why did you do
Because I like Joey Gallo. He was a good friend of mine. He was an honorable kid. I don't care what any of these monkeys got to say.
Okay. They agreed on the price, $20,000.
Right.
Is a contract signed?
No, your contract is, when you took the money, your contract is your word. Your word is your bond.
You're paid in advance.
That is correct.
If the man changes his mind and doesn't want that person
I
killed,
keep the money.
you keep the money.
That is correct.
Now, you then go, and it's your responsibility to make sure that man dies.
That is correct.
If you bungle the job, what happens?
I'm dead.
Why? You did your best, presumably.
That's not my best.
Have you ever bungled a job?
No,
All 38 men?
they went. They were dead before they ever hit the ground.
Now, the $20,000 is cash.
Always. No, I'm going to take a check, right?
No, I don't think you'd take a check. And I would suspect the check better be good if you took it. You're then told what about the victim?
I am told
Who he is,
who he is, where I can find him, where he lives. I'm given as much information about him as is possible. Then it's up to me to pick my time and place. I may stay on him for 2 or 3 weeks, Sometimes I can get them in 2-3 days. I don't know. But I always check it out myself.
You're not told by the man who employs you why this is being done, and you never ask.
It's none of my business. I mean, if it's somebody I know, I may ask him. If he wants to, he'll tell me. Like in a couple of cases, I hit guys, and I knew why they were going.
You know why most of the 35 men that you killed professionally, do you know why they died?
Yeah.
Why?
They were either stool pigeons, they were stealing from the boss, or they got too ambitious.
Those are the 3 crimes for
That's
which
it, pal.
death must be paid.
Right there.
Stealing from the boss, stool pigeon,
Right.
or too big for your britches.
That's right. Unless you're big enough to back it up, don't do it.
I have to pause. We'll be back in a minute. You've got the contract. You've accepted the $20,000. Now what do you do?
Now I take all the information that's been given to me and I read it. And then I start to check it out. I start to check out the person. If I'm told that he leaves his house at 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm there at 6:15. If I'm told that he's got a girlfriend, I go and I find out if this is where the girlfriend lives. And I check, find out. And I may wait around there a day or two to see if he shows up. I may follow the guy for a week. He ain't gonna know I'm there. Got no way to know, because I'm not gonna be on him constantly. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick different places where I know he should be. See, generally, if he's got a girlfriend, he's either gonna go see her between 2 and 4 in the afternoon, or he's gonna go see her later at night. Because 2 and 4 in the afternoon, his wife doesn't know what he's doing, or he's gonna go later at night. He tells her he's out playing cards, or whatever he's doing. Those are the 2 times they always go. So your best shot to go pick a guy off generally is wherever his girlfriend is, or if he's gonna go to a game. You know, like a lot of these guys like to go to crap games or card games or whatever. If you find out where the game is, and generally your game is always in an out-of-the-way place. Invariably it is. And you got it.
Out of your experience, what are your preferred places for killing people?
My preferred places? Catching them coming out of the girl's place.
On the street?
Right on the street. Because generally it's 2 or 3 in the morning. And I use a silencer, nobody's going to hear nothing. If I don't use a silencer, they're going to think it's a backfire anyway. How many people you know are going to get out of a sound sleep?
What do you use to kill?
38. Or sometimes a 32 automatic.
Where do you get the gun?
Oh, that's easy. I can get you all the guns you want within 5 minutes of where we are.
And after the killing, you dispose of the gun?
Oh, yeah. Because without the gun, they got no weapon. Without no weapon, they got no charge.
A murder charge can't stand if they can't find the murder weapon.
That is correct.
And where have you killed people? In front of the girl's apartment? Gas stations, I guess.
Gas stations, swampland, small town, big cities.
Restaurants?
Restaurants, warehouses.
The movies show us The Godfather, for example. A person walking into a restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
A mob man and killing another. What about the crowd? What about identification?
Well,
what about witnesses?
That's about the only accurate thing that I can remember about the picture, because nobody in the right nobody can give you a description. It's almost impossible. When people hear that loud noise, they hit the floor. And they get quick. And they're not going to look up to become to see what you look like. They're only hoping that no bullets come their direction. And as I described, with one place where I hit a guy, there were, I think, 14 different people in there. Not one of them come up with the same description of me.
You disguise yourself in any way?
No, just walk in, do the job, turn around, walk out.
You wear a hat, overcoat?
No, what for? That makes you conspicuous. When you walk, I walk in a joint. I look like another guy walking in a joint.
That's
the
everything.
guy I'm coming for, he doesn't know I'm there until I'm right on top of him.
Are there don'ts in killing people?
Yeah. You do not kill them in houses of worship. You do not kill them in their home in front of their families. And you do not torture a man.
Do you rob them?
Nope, you do not rob them.
Do you torture them?
No.
You just do it as quickly?
Just do your job and get out of there. You're not there to play games. You're not there to decide why he should die. Somebody already decided he's going to die.
No, I don't want to block that off as we come up through there.
He ain't even got a chance to cross himself before you pull the trigger.
What about the pleas of men who are dying? What about their begging and their praying?
I don't give them
Yeah,
enough
flat or
time to
spot,
even
right?
get the word please out.
Should I put it here?
If they see
Right by
me,
the center?
it's all over by the time they see me.
Yeah.
If they don't see me because I come
You gotta
up
be
behind
within
them,
range
they
of
never
the
had a chance anyway.
flagpole too.
Hold up, I think that's
The
clicking
act
in
of
the
killing is so...
No, you were fine. You were right
It's
next to the
so
tent. But
savage. It's so unhuman.
Oh, is it?
How? Yes, it is.
What's unhuman about it?
Because we've been taught that life is sacred, to respect life, to preserve life.
We've been taught to be honest, too.
backwards.
No, but hold on the subject of killing,
All right.
okay? We get to honesty later. From the time you were little, even in the foster home, I would imagine, you had some kind of training about God, about
well, we could flip the
mankind,
tent.
about being your brother's keeper, about not shedding blood, about helping somebody in trouble.
Well, the way I was raised, pal, you did nothing but shed blood.
You never believed in God?
Nope.
Nobody ever did a kind act?
Oh, do you have a
You think
door lock for
there's
it?
something good about
My
you?
brother's the only person
I forgot the
that
button.
I can think of who really did. I mean, people have done things for me. But my brother did something for me once. I never forgot. And that's why today he's not only my brother, he's also my very close friend.
Oh,
Little kid.
I'm gonna go back. Then button.
And we got some meat.
are you
We
going
didn't
to?
get too often.
Yeah.
And I went through mine like
Okay.
the wind. And I was hungry. And my brother saw it, he took the food off his plate, he put it on mine, he says, "Here, kid, give it." And I never forgotten that. My brother can have anything I got anytime he wants it. And if there's anybody in this world my brother don't like, he just tells me. He never has, but all he has to do is tell me. And if there's anything he wants done, all he has to do is tell me. It'll be done.
Killing has never made you sick?
No?
It's never made you wonder about your sanity? Do you think you're sane?
Yeah.
No, Joey, have you ever wondered about it?
No. I've had a guy, I had a psychiatrist once studied me during a murder trial, and he told me I was the coldest person he'd ever met.
Do you take pride in that?
I don't know if it's pride or whatever it is.
You like that?
Yeah, in my business, I like it. It makes me different than other people. I am different than other people, just like you're different than other people. And you like it.
Yes, but I'm trying for a distinction for myself within the human race, not out of it.
Well, let's put it this way. As far as distinction, I am within an organization of the human race created by people of your human race. I just happened to go into this business. That was all. If this business hadn't been available, I'd have gone into something else.
But Joe, sometime in the night, sometime in sickness, when you've been under the weather, have you ever thought to yourself about a life of killing and about maybe something missing in you, maybe your soul, maybe your mind, maybe your... Do you think you have any ethics at all?
I have a lot of ethics. My word is my bond. That's number one. I'm more honorable than anybody you've ever run across in your life. That's my ethics. If I say something will be done, it'll be done. If I make a promise, I will keep it. If I tell you I will be at a certain place, I will be there. I will not break my word to you.
Let's come back to killing.
Okay.
You've never, ever had a moment's conscience about it. Or a
No.
moment's...
It's a job, that's it. Just like you're sitting there doing your job. It's a job. That's what I'm paid for.
But when you do your job, that person that you do the job on will never love anybody, never laugh, never live a moment longer.
That's right.
You're doing unhuman things. You're doing things that animals, not many animals kill each other, their own kind. You know?
Okay, I'm doing what I'm paid to do.
Couldn't you be paid interesting monies doing something else?
Like what, push-ups?
You have Shylocked. You've loaned money at
Right.
usury rates. You have
Shylock
stolen...
and loaning money is the same thing.
Right. You've hijacked cigarettes.
Right. No, I didn't hijack the cigarettes. I bought them and bootlegged them. I've transported narcotics and diamonds. I've been a bookmaker. I've done all these things.
So you could make a living.
But the basis of whatever thing I have done has been the fact because I am a hitman. That is why I get these positions a lot quicker than a lot of other people do.
But it isn't money. Then you must get a rather savage
It is money.
excitement.
That's what I'm in business for.
No, but there was a lot of money in your Shylock. There was a lot
Sure.
of money in your
I go through it like the wind.
holding up trucks with cigarettes.
I didn't hold those trucks with cigarettes.
What do you call it? When
Bootleg.
Bootleg.
I want to thank the city and the state of New York for helping me make all that money. Because if they didn't raise the taxes, then I couldn't bootleg the cigarettes in. And I want to thank people like you who bought them.
If you could stop killing and make the money you make from killing, would you stop it? Or is it now something you really
Probably.
enjoy? You'd
If I was
stop.
making enough money, yeah, why not? I'm getting tired. I'm no kid no more.
No, you're not a kid. We'll be back in a minute. Joe, it's inconceivable to me that in all the years, from 16 when you killed your first man to this moment, you haven't had a moment of doubt or a moment of maybe self-hate or a moment of being appalled with yourself at what you do, at killing. Ever, when you fell in love?
No, when I married my wife, I seriously, Jack was dead then.
Your first wife?
Yeah, and I seriously thought about, getting out of the business or doing something.
Did she know what you did?
Yeah, she knows, she knows I was a bum. And,
She know you were a killer?
well, she didn't know I didn't go that far with her. You don't tell them, you don't go out there and discuss, how you blew a guy away.
But
I just told her I was doing things, that was all. And like I said, she dug me for me, and that was the end of that. And, like I said, she was the first person that I'd ever met in my life. The one, outside my brother or anything, who just gave me things because they wanted to. I didn't have to take it. And she liked me for me. It was me, I had, and I didn't have to, and with her, it was all beautiful. I guess maybe sometimes in your life you get these things, I don't know. And when she died, I died. And after that, I don't care who I hit. I don't care if I live or I die, even today. I got a good woman around me now.
do you believe in anything at all?
I believe in me.
Money.
Oh, besides money, I believe in me. I believe I can do anything.
When you're out on a hit and it goes wrong, you say it never has. If you were caught and tried...
I've been arrested and tried.
You have been?
Oh, yeah, 3 times.
For murder?
That's correct.
What happened?
I was acquitted.
3 times?
Mm-hmm.
Why? No witnesses?
That was one of the reasons. Another reason that the state couldn't put up a good enough case.
Did they ever find the weapon?
No. And one time a witness got up and recanted his testimony.
Because pressure had been put on.
I don't know.
You wouldn't be surprised.
Nothing surprises me.
If you hadn't been lucky enough to be...
I'd be in a
found
can. Or I'd be
What would happen with your contract if you bungled the job? No, not bungled. You killed the man.
Mhm.
But you were caught.
That's correct.
You were tried, and you were sentenced to prison.
The party who I took the job from would be responsible for my attorney fees, would be responsible if I have a family to take care of my family while I'm in prison.
What would that entail? You go to prison, what would they be liable for?
Oh,
to
you
your
figure
wife?
about maybe 150 a week. You know, to pay the bills.
Is that part of the contract?
Oh, yeah. That's
Along
always-
with the 20,000?
Oh, yeah. That's the unwritten law of the business. If a man goes to prison who you're doing a job for, or who does a job for you, you have to take care of him, take care of his people.
It's the unwritten law. Do you spell it out as you sit talking to him?
Don't have to spell it out.
Suppose he fails to take care of your family.
Then I have no obligation to him.
You could talk.
That would be my prerogative, yes. If I was a man, I wouldn't. I'd wait until I got out and then break his head. See, like some guys, they feel that they've been crossed, so right away they start screaming bloody murder. But all you gotta do is send these people a message. Hey, you want my silence? Come up with the money. You'd be surprised how quick they come up with it.
So the deal is the 20,000 to kill the man.
Right.
If anything goes wrong, all your costs, plus taking care of your wife for as long as you're in prison.
That is correct.
And that buys your silence.
That is correct.
If you talked in prison and he was sending the money to your wife, what would happen to you?
I'd be killed in prison.
In prison?
Sure.
Is that easy to do?
So easy, it's not even funny.
All right. It's a hard subject.
Do you have any idea how easy it is to take a spoon and sharpen it and ram it through a guy's neck? Or catch a guy out in the back of the yard and wrap him with a pipe? Or throw him off a tier?
No, I have no idea.
That's it.
When one reads about murders in prison, that's probably behind it in some way.
Good chance of it. Unless it's a personal beef.
Now, when you were caught, how were you caught? Did somebody identify you?
Well, one time they come and they got me, and they said that they had a warrant for my arrest for murder. I said, fine, let's go. I went in, had a
did
hearing.
you call up the people you...
No, I waited until I
working
got down. No, I called a lawyer. He came down to see me, and I told him who to go see to go get the money. And he went up, he come down at the arraignment. Naturally, they hold you no bail, but they give you time to talk to him in the bullpen. So I go, I told him, you go see so-and-so, and he'll take care of whatever you gotta have. And whatever his fee is, they gotta pay it. And then after that...
In a situation like this...
You never lie to your lawyer, you tell me the
What is
truth.
the fee?
Could be, I don't know, one guy got 15,000 for defending me, another guy, it was 17 and change, another guy got 25,000. And I don't care what he gets. But see, one thing you learn, you never lie to your lawyer. Like one guy, I had a lawyer one time, he says to me, did you do it? I says, yeah. He says, well, I'll cop you out. I says, take a walk. I don't need. I can walk in there and do the same thing myself. I want a guy that's gonna walk me out the door. So I got another lawyer. He said, you do it. I says, yeah. He says, okay. He says, you're innocent.
You gave him the man's name who hired you.
Right. No, I didn't give him the man's name who hired me. I gave him another party. I gave him the party who originally contacted me.
Right. It's his responsibility.
He goes to him, and then he contacts the party who hires me. You never reveal who the individual is who hired you.
Right.
And he contacts him, and he gets the money. Whatever he wants, he gets. And from that day on, because I'm held in no bail, my wife gets money every week. She may get 150, 200, whatever.
You were held in the tombs once for a year.
Some months.
You kept postponing the trial?
My lawyer kept postponing.
Why?
I don't know, he wanted to work out certain legal maneuvers. So finally, we were ready. We went in, then the state said, well, they weren't ready because they couldn't find their witnesses. My lawyer made a motion, says, well, my client's been sitting here for 10 months. He says, we're ready to go to trial. He says, you're incarcerating this man. He says, you're depriving him of his liberty. We're ready to go to trial. So the judge gave the DA, I think it was 48 hours to go find the witnesses. 48 hours, we came back. This was on a Monday. We came back in on Wednesday. He says, no, out the door.
Were the witnesses still alive?
Gee, I don't know. I never saw them.
All right, that's one trial. No witnesses. What happened the second trial?
Second trial went before, I was indicted on the testimony of two individuals who went before a grand jury and said that they saw me blow a guy away down a full fish market.
Did you?
Who, me? And then they give the testimony before the grand jury, and I was indicted. We went to trial. One guy couldn't remember nothing, and the other guy said, no, he was a complete mistake, it wasn't me. So that case went out the window.
Both of those witnesses surprised you.
No, I figured they'd tell the truth.
Right. Third case.
I figured they'd tell the truth.
Right. Third case.
Third case, party who was known that I had no love for was found floating. And I was seen in the area by 3 people. And the state had what they call a hope for case. They were hoping for a conviction. They didn't get it because none of the 3 could actually say that they saw me do anything wrong. They only know that they saw me in the area.
Do you always use a 38? Do you always?
I either use a 38 or I use a 32.
What about bodies floating in the river? What about garroted bodies?
No, I don't have nothing to do with them things. No, I don't play that game. I told you that.
Others play that game.
Oh,
Others in your line of work?
Yeah, well, you get some people, they're a little more vicious, so, you know, they like to, you know, do things that they shouldn't do. To me, you're supposed to hit a guy, hit him, and forget about him.
And the best way to do that is with a 38. At what range?
Between 3 and 4 feet.
About
the distance you and I are right now.
Right. That's the preferred distance.
Yeah. See, right here, from where I am now, there ain't no way in the world I can miss any of your vital spots.
Do you have a preferred spot?
Yeah, the back of the head. But if I'm looking at you, the front of the head.
That's a good cue for a commercial if I ever heard one, Joe. We'll be right back.
I was surprised they like air like documentaries like this on like TV.
I gather from what you say, Joe, that you only work for the mob.
Yeah, we won't work for an outsider. Because an outsider can't stand up.
What do you mean by stand up?
Well, you take an individual like yourself. You want somebody hit in the head, right? You go out and you hire somebody.
Could I hire you?
No.
Why?
Because you're an outsider. I can't work for you.
Is it
I can't
against
trust
the
you.
rules of your organization?
Yeah, basically, it's against the rules because we ain't supposed to work for you. That's number one. Number two, the cops start asking you questions. They'll turn you every way but loose. You cannot stand up. You will not take the pressure. You'll go. And I'm in a jackpot. People I work for, they can ask them all kinds of questions. They look around like the sun is shining.
You don't work for civilians because they would squeal.
Yeah, they would talk. Not that they would squeal. They just have no way that they could stand up. The pressure's too tough on them.
So that when...
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. There's a guy doing time in the can now. You may have remembered the story. The guy blew his bookmaker away because he couldn't pay him. Right? And the guy was one of my customers also. And he come to me, and he says to me, he says, he wants a hit done. And I kind of like the guy. I says, well, all right. He says, how much? I says, $20,000. He wanted the cardiac arrest. He says, what are you, $20,000? He says, I owe this guy $20,000. Hey, look, I says, you go do the job yourself, or you go find an amateur, and I'll send you cigarettes. And sure enough, he got himself a hooker, he got himself a bum, and another guy, and they went out and they hit this guy. Now he's doing 20 years in the can. He had a 2 state's evidence on him. And the guy comes from a nice family and a whole bit. That's what happens when you play around with amateurs.
Okay, you can't be hired by a man, let's say, jealous of a woman and anxious to...
No. I don't want no part of him. He's not in my world.
You've never done that?
No.
Have you ever been on a hit list? Anybody tried to kill you?
Well, there've been a couple of times. I used to got 3 nice holes in my stomach. My neck was busted. Others would have to kill me.
How did you get out alive?
How did I get out alive?
Why weren't you killed? Weren't they professionals?
They were professionals. They just couldn't shoot good. I got 3 holes in my stomach that could have been too bad. But I killed 2 of the 3 guys.
What were you wanted for? Why did they want to kill you?
Because I wouldn't let them hit the guy I was working for.
It's customary, I remember in your book, the best way to get at...
A boss is to get through to his bodyguard.
Through his bodyguard.
That's
Why
correct.
is that?
Well, let's put it this way. If assuming I'm your bodyguard and I go where you go, there's a good chance my hand is always going to be on a cannon or within very close range of it. So if anybody makes a move at you, I'm going to be there to protect you. Now, if they make a move at you and they sort of, and I'm looking the other way, makes life kind of easy, don't it?
When we read of a gangster being killed, as we did recently in New York, Gallo was killed.
Mm-hmm.
Could one presume that his friends weren't...
I assume somebody, when he left the Copa, made a phone call. Matter of fact, I would bet an awful lot of money on it. I do not believe the story that was laid down by this particular party.
When you're asked to kill a head of an organization, have you been asked to do that?
Just on Joey. I've never had anybody that was that big. I generally get guys that make mistakes.
That's somebody within the organization further down.
That is correct.
Have you ever found yourself saying, I know him, he's a friend?
Yeah, with Joey.
They wanted Joey Gallo killed.
Yeah, I
and
wouldn't
they
do
came
it.
to you.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
What kind of a guy was he?
To me, he was a good guy. I liked him.
Why was he crazy Joey?
Well, it's because when he got nailed on a burglary one time, he copped the plea that he was a nut. So he got himself sent to a nut house for a while. That's why they called him Crazy Joe. He was no crazier than you are. He had a lot of smarts up there.
But he loved violence. He was very sadistic.
No, I mean, he would do a job on a guy, like he kept a lion around,
A lion?
Yeah, when if you didn't pay him the money, he used to send you down to say hello to the lion. Had a lion down in the basement on President Street.
Now, wait a minute. Say that. There was a live lion?
A live lion.
In the basement of his house?
Yeah. You think I'm kidding you? That's Jimmy Bresman.
And if you were slow in paying him what you owed?
He would open up the door and the lion would, let out a little roar. You got the message. That you want, you're going to become part of this dinner. Vinny Teresa used to have a piranha up in Boston. You didn't pay him, he used to stick your hand right in the water. The piranha used to nibble away at your fingers.
In your book, you describe the late lamented Gallo, Joey Gallo, beating up his guy and hitting him until his eye fell out. Others such.
I didn't describe Joey doing it. I described the man doing it. It wasn't Joey.
I'm sorry, I thought it was.
No. I described an incident where I went with a guy to do the job, and this guy did the job. And then he put his arm around me and says, let's go have some Chinese food. There's no way I was going to say no to him.
You've worked your way through the ranks. I mean, you didn't start as a hitman. You started as a runner.
I started as a numbers runner.
Right.
And then from a numbers runner, I became a controller.
Now, your basic job within the mob is hitting.
My basic job within the mob is earning.
Earning. Now
Hitting is more or less the sideline. But hitting gives me the respect to get the better jobs of earning.
Now, what else are you doing currently?
Currently?
Yeah.
Shylocking.
How much have you got on the street?
At this particular moment, it's somebody else's money, this is how much, I got about $7 million on the street right now.
On which you're getting what kind of interest?
Well, we're getting, roughly, it comes out to 6.5 to 5.
6.5.
That comes out to about, you figure, 120% a year.
And you always get your money back?
So far. Haven't had any laydowns.
And that money isn't your money?
No.
That's the mob money?
That's right. But I'm partners on the interest.
Right. Now, how does that work? You know people that need money.
Right.
And customer 1, 2, 3,
right.
5.
And I go to the guy who's got the money. I say, I got 7 customers. This is what I need. And this is how they're going to pay us back. He gives me the money. I go and I put it out. And every week I pick up the money. I go meet him and I make back the payments.
Now, does he ever flinch at giving you $7 million?
He don't flinch at all. He has got money he hasn't counted yet. He could fill this place up with $100 bills and still need room for more.
Do we know this man?
Yeah, you know him, but I won't mention him.
His name's in the paper a lot.
Fairly often.
He gives you $7 million. You loan it.
No, he don't give me $7 million all at one time. He gives it to me as I need it.
In bunches.
Yeah. He may give me 3, 4, 500,000.
And you must get that money back to him on an agreed schedule.
Yeah. If there's any laydowns, he wants to know why. If I have any problems, I tell him. And if, generally, but I don't have any problems. I handle my own.
Right. And you split the interest that
That's
you
right.
get. 50-50.
Right.
Right. Now, somebody is late in making a payment. What is your technique?
Well, I go over and I see him. I want to know what the problem is. Either he gives me a vig, you know.
A big is what?
Interest.
Interest.
See? Or, you know, I mean, if he's, well, I got to know why he ain't paying me. I mean, if, like, say his wife got sick or something like that, yeah, I can understand this. I say, okay, when you straighten out, you see. You know, but if a guy's out not to beat me, I'm going to smack him in the head with a bat.
Right. He gives you an excuse that you can buy,
Right.
and you give him some time.
Yeah, give him all the time he needs, then.
And it's strictly up to you how much
Oh,
time.
yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, like, you get a guy, and like I said, and the guy is up against the wall. I mean, he's got a lot of bills all of a sudden that, you know, like his old lady might got sick, or one of the kids got sick, his medical coverage don't cover. These things happen. We understand these things. I mean, you know, we got the same problems. The guy says, you know, what can I do? He says, you know, what do you want? You don't want the guy going out holding out people. You say, okay, you straighten out. You know, when you get back on your feet, your choice. We'll straighten out, would you? And, you know, you just stop it right there. You don't tack on no vig or nothing. You just keep the lawn as is. When you get a guy that's out and out to beat you, then you go after him. You know, you get a guy who'll take 1,000 here, 1,000 there, 1,000 everywhere you can find it, and then he's gone. Then when you catch up to him, then you do a number on his mellow. Yeah, I said.
You do that with a piece of lead pipe, I
Sometimes I put a pipe wrapped in the newspaper. That's called a schlammer. Sometimes I use a bat.
think. Schlammer?
Schlammen.
Schlammen.
Schlammen, yeah.
It's a pipe.
Yeah, it's a pipe wrapped in a newspaper. Originally, that started with out of Brooklyn and with the old Murder Incorporated outfit. They used to do that. That was their bit.
And I think you have successive degrees of persuasion.
Oh yeah. Well, generally you show up, you know, with a guy, and you pull out a cannon, you know, and then you open up the chamber, you know, you look, make sure it's loaded, then you put the chamber back, you know, you put the revolver, close it up, stick it back in your pocket. Say, listen, I want to talk to you. You don't have to go any further.
In what contingency, in what situation would you kill?
Oh, I
a
wouldn't
man?
kill a customer.
You would not.
No, he can't pay me. What good is he me dead?
So you slam him.
I hurt him a little.
You hurt him. Then he doesn't pay.
I hurt him some more.
There's a point of hurting where he pays.
You got the message.
It's time for another message. We'll be right back. Joey, do the police know you?
Oh, yeah.
Do they know you're a killer?
Oh, yeah. No question. No, you don't underestimate the police. I mean, they got their people, they got their informants. They know what you're doing. You're bookmaking, they know it. You're a hitman, they know it. They know who you are.
You pay off the police?
When I'm bookmaking, sure. When I got a numbers thing going, I gotta pay. I can't operate unless I pay them off.
How does the payoff work?
Well, it depends on what kind of an operation you got. If you're bookmaking and you got phones, you pay so much per phone. If you got a
Who do you pay? Cop on the beat?
No. You pay you pay somebody that's in division, or you pay somebody that's in the borough. Generally, most times it goes right into the commissioner's office, and then you pay so much per phone. If you have men on the street on a numbers thing, you pay so much per man.
How many phones have you had working?
Well, biggest office I was ever in, we had 6 phones.
And what were you paying per phone?
$2,000 a month per phone.
$2,000 a month per phone.
Right.
$12,000 a month.
That's correct.
In cash.
CASH.
Delivered to the headquarters.
No, guy comes around. You know, that's where the word bag man comes from, because he carries his little black bag.
And
When you give him an
therefore,
envelope, he sticks it in his pocket.
if a raid is coming, are you called ahead of time?
Oh yeah, we're called and told. Or if they pick up one of our men, they let us know.
Right, so the police know all about you.
Oh sure.
And they would know all about the 38 murders? Well, take the 3.
They're pretty sure of the ones that I've done. They just can't prove it.
Have you been called in on all the ones you've
I've
done?
been called in on 17 of them. Besides the 3 I was acquitted of.
Do they seem anxious to solve the murder?
Not really that anxious. So we went, they harass you or hassle you for maybe about an hour or two. I say, look, you got something on me? Book me. If not, I'll go.
Is there a payoff to get out of it?
No way.
No.
You just pick up and walk. And I said, you got something? I said, I call my lawyer.
Joe, why are you doing this television show?
Oh, I wrote a book.
Hey, you Viking.
I want to publicize the book.
Isn't your life in jeopardy? No.
Sure it is.
Watch
They
the
know-
car right
They
quick.
know who I am. I'm dead. But unlike a lot of guys, I'm not a stool pigeon. I didn't get up before
I'm locked in.
committees.
Huh?
I didn't name any names. I didn't put anybody in the joint.
Well, then why would you run the risk of getting killed? To
Because
publicize
There,
I
what?
think it's
Oh,
time
you're
that
locked
the
in?
public found out
Are you able to get out?
they
Yep.
they can't outlaw what people want. I don't care how you try it. You can't do
Okay,
it.
what about the car?
Everything I have done
No,
has
watch it.
stemmed
Make
from
sure
the
it
fact
is
that
it.
it was outlawed to
Hold up.
begin with by people. That's
Don't
why
go
do you
tell
think
on
there are
it.
so many people in this business? Because
Well,
of the
yeah,
money
leave the
that's
10
there.
on it.
And this could all be legitimized.
gambling you're talking about?
Gambling, prostitution,
Okay.
even
I
narcotics.
was about to say, I
If
wanted to
you-
make
let's-
sure.
Well, let's take the hard thing, narcotics, which repulses everybody. Who makes an addict? He makes himself.
Hold up.
So now you got an addict, all right?
Why
now
is
the
that
guy's
still there,
illegal
then?
because he's illegal if he sells it, he's illegal if he uses it, he's illegal if he possesses it. So take this, this guy's got to go out and
This
steal in
bug.
order to get the money to go have it. Now, if you
Did the
legalize
car disappear?
narcotics, he goes to a hospital, he gets a shot, this guy goes
No.
to work, you don't have to see it. That's number one.
You run
Um,
narcotic things.
I just
I
made
run it.
225K.
How'd you do that?
I used to
I
tape
mean,
the
I
rim
haven't
of the
uncovered it
wheel
yet,
inside
so
the
it may
seal.
not be there when I do.
Put the tire back over.
Uncover it right quick.
Used to bring in 8 kilos at a time.
Did they ever take the wheels off the
No,
car?
I had the car searched. They pulled the wheel off the car, but they never took the tire off the wheel.
Is it still there?
Okay.
That was the closest I ever come.
Did you have to?
Then after
Yes.
that, I had carte blanche. I used to drive back and
Oh,
forth.
I just
with
made
the
225K.
You made a lot of money.
Because I just went back
I
to
made a
base.
hell of a lot
I
of
mean, I
money.
just went back to trader.
Why did you quit?
And I just claimed
Why did I
insurance
quit? 'Cause the man was working
Again.
for a guy.
for
Why were
225K.
you going to the narcotic business with somebody else?
I wasn't that interested in it.
You were making big money.
Yeah, I was doing all right. I had no complaints. See,
Oh,
I'm
yeah, let me
20.
buy those
I
other
worked-
crates.
I, like, the guy I
Actually,
was working
let's.
for,
I'm
You can only
believing.
have so many, you know.
Dragon.
Huh?
He
You're only
was
allowed
good.
so many.
Yeah, we're allowed
I
8
worked for him.
because we got 2 people.
And he
It's
had
4 per
things going.
person.
So everything was fine. When he died,
Okay, does
it was
that
a
is
big
that
scramble.
counting
Who
like the
wanted
bed
who,
and all
this,
that?
and everything.
No,
And nobody know which way
it's
it
the
was
actual
up.
military crate.
You know, they're all playing a game, you know, about what their end was going to be and what your end was going to be. And the way they work it is they throw the money in the air. Whatever stuck to the ceiling was yours. I didn't need these guys.
When Dragna died, what did you do?
I moved around a while. I had some money and I had some, you know, I wasn't really that interested. Then I did a few odds and ends, and then I had a couple of contracts that I took care of.
Hijacking?
Huh? No, I wasn't hijacking. And I had a couple of hit contracts that I did in the interim.
Hit contract is $20,000 a year.
20,000 a shot. not a year.
20,000 a shot, and you've done 35 shots.
That's correct.
Professionally.
Well, roughly, I mean, it wasn't always 20,000. It went up, as time went by.
Go up depending on how important the man is.
No, it went up depending on what the price was. Like it started out like for a while, for a long time, the price was 10 grand. Then the price, one day I turned around and the price had doubled.
You do hits today.
The price is right, yeah.
And what else? Skyjack.
No, not skyjacking.
Not
That's
skyjacking,
That's
but-
not my line, pal.
Hijacking.
Hijacking. Yeah, well, I've hijacked some trucks that had merchandise I could dispose of very quickly.
And you're into pornographic
Pornography,
materials.
yeah.
You selling movies?
Yeah, we
Dirty
make them
pictures?
some. Yeah, there's a market for them. Remember one thing, my friend, and without you, there's no me. And by you, I don't mean you per se. I mean you, the public. Because if the public didn't want it, we couldn't sell it. The public didn't want to make a bet, we couldn't book it. The public didn't want narcotics, we couldn't sell it. The public didn't want to borrow money, we couldn't lend it.
And also, you couldn't do any of this without the active cooperation of the police.
Correct, and politicians. What I am saying is this. A lot of the things that we are into can be legalized. And the money derived from this could all but eliminate all your sales taxes. And not only that, but you could build your schools and your hospitals and your roads, and you can have enough money left over to take care of all the people that are on welfare. You have any idea of the kind of money I'm talking about? You have any idea what's bet in this city alone every year?
How much?
$20 billion a year is bet in this city. Now you gotta figure we keep at least 15% of that.
How do you know these figures, Joe?
Hey, I've had offices. I've been in offices. I show you guys. They think nothing of betting $5,000-$10,000 on a ball game, $1,000 across on a horse, and they got the money. All right, I can break it down from your $2 better to your $10,000 better. This city is full of them, and every city is full of them. Remember one thing about a gambler: he will go anywhere to have his game. You can't write laws against it. They've done it. What does it prove?
You gamble?
Sure I do. I'm a bigger gambler than anybody. I blow most of my money gambling, but I enjoy gambling.
You take drugs?
No, never taken a drug in my life.
Do you have any other bad habit besides gambling and killing?
Broads?
Broads, you know? You say in your book that women find you irresistible.
No, I didn't say they find me.
They find you sexually very attractive.
They find the fact of what I do attractive.
You tell them what you do.
No, I'll give you an example. At a party one time, after I had been acquitted, I was introduced to this girl who incidentally come from one of your better families, right? She couldn't wait to jump into bed with me.
Because you were killed.
That's correct.
And that's somehow a little...
Yeah, to her.
Was she just a stunning exception?
No.
A lot of women.
When broads find out that you deal in violence, in controlled violence, as I call it, the fact that they know that you've taken a life, or they know that you do this, or you have no compunctions about it, it has a strange fascination. Don't ask me what it is. I don't know.
How long does the fascination last?
I don't know. Until I bewitch you 2 or 3 times, and all of a sudden they look up and they say, "Where the hell am I?"
Okay, now you're on this show, and you run a serious danger with your life.
Well, I'm hoping that with a little luck, I won't get unlucky.
Why is it worth the candle just to sell some copies of your book?
No, it's not that. To me, it's what I want to do is I think it's time that we came out of the closet. I think it's time that I'm sick and tired of seeing headlines of the mob this, the mob that, because everything we do can be legitimized, and I think it's time that it was.
Well, why? If it were legitimized, you'd be out of business.
Yeah. No, I would really be out of business. I could always find something in the industry to do because it would be legitimate. But you can't let the politicians have it. I think it's time that the public got the benefit out of it. The public is the biggest suckers that ever lived. They're robbed every day, up one side, down the other, by the legitimate man, by us. And then we give them a better break.
You're very well organized.
Extremely. Remember one thing, we don't have any union problems. We don't have to worry about retirement dues, pensions.
No strikes.
No strikes. We're more efficient than any organization you could think of.
You think you're better organized than General Motors?
Hell yes.
Federal government?
Right. We don't have no waste. We don't type things up in triplicate.
You scored one there. I'll be right back in 1 minute.
All right, here we go. We have Anthony Arulada, former made man in the Genovese crime family. Welcome to Vlad TV.
Thanks for having me, Vlad.
Well, it's your first time here. I want to start in the very beginning. So, you're from Springfield, Massachusetts.
Correct.
Which is actually where I grew up originally.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, when my family first immigrated from Russia, that's actually where we settled, in the projects in Springfield, Massachusetts.
Whereabouts in Springfield? We're north end, south end?
I mean, I was 5 years old. I could probably find out, but I just remember we lived in the slums.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that I definitely remember. Okay, so you're growing up, and I guess your family owns a produce store?
Yes.
Okay, and that's still around today?
No, the property's there, but the business is closed. My father was a fruit and produce, vegetables, wine grapes. He was the biggest wine grape distributor in all of Mass. Probably all of Mass, definitely Western Mass. Every wine grape season, he'd sell 30, 35 trailer loads of wine grapes. Back then, it was the grapes. Then they came with the buckets, the juice. So he was a hard worker, and
I did it with the
he had the
brand
store
new
since the 70s. He had another store
insurance
prior to
money.
that. And so I grew up in the store working for him at a young age.
Okay, and was your dad mafia related at all?
No.
Okay.
He was
Yo, Russell was over there dying.
he was a worker,
goddamn.
but he was never.
That man is
he
at
was just a
red.
hard-working man. He gambled. The only thing he did was bet sports, but nothing to do with taking sports or anything like that.
Okay, but in the area that you were in, there was mafia guys all around growing up.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, and also at the store,
Hey,
wise
this
guys
fridge
used to
you
come
can't
into the
pick back
store, frequent that. We grew up
Might
in
need
that
a
area.
screwdriver.
Everyone knew who the wise guys
Just
were.
try to hit some
My family
pliers
was
and
close
screwdriver.
with two particular ones, Adolfo Bruno and Anthony DeLevo. They were both at the time soldiers. They both became
Pliers,
bosses in the area.
screwdriver.
So they were always in the store. Back in the 80s, they used to hold meetings at my father's store without even my father knowing it. They would he had a back room where he would keep the pasta, the olive oil, and Bruno and Skyball and them would come up. They'd have the New York guys come up, Connecticut guys, Boston guys, and a lot of times they would meet in my father's back room. He didn't even know that they were, we were so busy. He was like a Costco before Costco back in the, just putting pallets
he's
of.
a freshie last night that was dying. He's the one that I talked about that had cut up his body because it was 15 minutes before server reset and all that stuff. And he came back and he was dying.
Potatoes and onions and stuff right on the floor. So he was just busy working, and these guys would have meetings in the back. And I used to see him come in and wonder who they were at a young age, and got to know who they were eventually.
Okay, and I guess you got involved with the mafia guys around 16?
I don't know if I got involved with them around 16. They were always a presence around, like I said, coming into the store. Around 16, I was always getting in trouble. They noticed me at that age, always in trouble, fighting in bars. But actually being with them, I think it was later on in life. I mean, we hung around down the south end of Springfield. So all the Italian clubs were down there. And so we would always be around them our whole lives. And as far as working for them,
Meanwhile,
I
we
wasn't
over here
working
freaking pimping out the
for
cabin.
them or having anything affiliation like that. I was doing, betting games myself, booking games. I got in trouble actually betting, at a young age, 16 years old. I ended up blowing close to 70,000, and there was all kinds of sit downs over that. But I mean, I was just me gambling, betting.
Okay, so at what point did you actually start getting arrested?
15 years old.
Okay, that was for what?
Assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. I ended up being a juvenile delinquent at the time, but then I went back to trial, and the judge, I ended up getting it dismissed. So 15 was when I started getting arrested, for fighting, assault and batteries mostly at a young age, fighting all the time. We had a gang of us. We were mostly Italians down the south end of Springfield. And we just went everywhere and fought other groups. And we were always fighting all the time. And a lot of times I got arrested for that. So that was mostly my younger arrest, 18, 19. I was on probation when I got arrested at 21, what you were saying.
Okay, so I guess you caught a gun charge at 21?
Yes. Yep.
All right, and why were you carrying around a gun at this point?
At that particular time, I used to carry a gun my later teens. But that particular time I was carrying it because we had a beef with another faction of, amongst us, Italians. And we were getting word that we fought this other faction. We got the better of them. And then we were getting word by one of their friends that they were looking to get us. So I was carrying, a 9mm, just going around living my life, but just in case they did be outside waiting when I come out of a restaurant, I would have shot them. So that's why I was carrying that 9mm. I actually, that group right there, I actually went and ended up shooting one of their animals, just to give them a message. But yeah, that's why I was carrying that gun at the time.
Okay. Now, with that gun charge, did you go to prison over that? Or
I
no?
did, yeah.
Okay. How long did you do?
I was on probation, so I violated my probation, and I got 5 years state prison. I was 21, and I got 5 years with a mandatory 1. So you would get the 5 years. Now, if you mess up in prison, you do the whole 5, but if you don't, you can see the parole board after 1 year, which I did. I seen the parole board after a year.
Okay, and you got out after a year?
I got out after a year. We had somebody on the parole board that always was looking out for me. And I had a 2-to-1 vote all the time to get me out that time. Wasn't that he was corrupt, he knew my family. So he was, and he knew other people, but, he was just a good guy that knew my father. So when I went up in front of the parole board, he would, it was always 1-and-1, and then he was the deciding vote. Because I had to go in front of him, I think 3 times.
Okay, so then in 1993, there was a home invasion situation. Tell me about that.
So when I got out of jail in 91, I violated again, assault and battery. I ended up getting arrested. I went in front of a judge. The judge happened to be at my wedding, nice guy. My father was friends with him also, and I got the case dismissed, so I'm back out on parole. I went in front of the same parole guy that knew my father. He let me out. So this time we're out, and a friend of mine has a fight with his girlfriend. So I was out talking. I was at the local bar we used to hang around with in Springfield, and I was talking with a girl. He comes in and said he had a fight with her family, her brothers, and all this. And I'm friends with all that whole family today, as we speak. But when we went, I was also friends with the kid that had the fight with his girlfriend. So we all jumped in the car, went to the house, and we just went in with bats and sticks and just beat the people up inside the house. One of them was an off-duty police officer. That was her brother. He was there. And so we got out of there, and I got away with, we took off, we got out of there. The cops came, but they didn't get us. When she didn't end up pressing charges on them. I originally went to get an alibi. This great man that owned the Huki Lao restaurant, Chinese guy. I said, Johnny, you remember I was here the other night? He said, yeah, I remember. He said, yeah, we had a cognac. I was here till about 1 a.m. He says, yeah, I remember. Now, I wasn't there, but he just gave me the alibi. He said, I remember that night. We had 2 cognacs and you ate. But anyways, I had an alibi to get out of it. But we didn't get charged with it right away. About a few months later, he got into another fight with her. That's when the warrants came out, and they arrested about 6 or 7 of us. I was the only one on
The Latin King. Okay, here we go. We have Frankie Pasqua, former hitman for the Lucchese crime family. Welcome to Vlad TV.
How are you, Vlad?
I'm very well. Thank you for joining us today.
I appreciate being asked.
Well, let's go ahead and get into your whole story. This is your first time here. So, you were born in Staten Island?
Yes, I was. 1979, St. Vincent's Hospital.
Okay, and you're actually a third generation mobster, I guess is how you would describe it.
I mean, I was never made, so I don't know if you want to call me a mobster, an associate. I don't get into the semantics. I was in the life since I'm 14.
Okay, fair enough. And so let's go ahead and start with the whole family structure. Now, your grandfather was actually a made man.
Yeah, my grandfather was, the real deal. He was under Frankie Locascio. He was made into his crew, Gambinos. My father and pretty much all my uncles were associates to the Gambinos. This was going on for years. Along the way, an uncle of mine flipped and went into witness protection, and this made it so that my father was persona non grata, was not going to get straightened out by the Gambinos. So he waited as long as he could and got himself moved over to the Lucchese's, which unfortunately is where I ended up, there with him.
Got it. And your grandfather, who was Frank Pasqua the First.
Yeah,
you're the
they called him either
third,
Big
actually.
Frank or Frankie Wilbur. Those were his nicknames. And, he was a gentleman. And unfortunately, I didn't get to have much of a relationship with him because while my father, he went to prison with my father in 81, along with most of the guys in our family. And my mother put her foot down. She did not want me to have any contact with him. Along the way, somehow she had asked for some money. Evidently, what I was told by my aunts and uncles, she asked for $5,000 to buy me a computer when I was 3 years old. And he refused to give it to her because he didn't have it. He just got out of prison himself. And then she said that we were no longer allowed to see him because he didn't have money to give her. And my father went along with it instead of allowing me to have a relationship with my grandfather. And in the long run, I miss that. I wish I would have had that relationship.
Well, your grandfather, Frank Pasqua the First, aka Big Frank. Like you mentioned, he was a soldier for the Gambino family.
Yes.
And he was actually involved in the heroin trade in New York and Chicago, right?
Supposedly, this is a long time before me. Supposedly, he had a very large hand in the go-between of Chicago and New York. It's not something anyone ever broke down to me. To be honest with you, I read it the same way you did on between the internet and Pacer, where you could see, anyone who wants to see what really goes on, they go on Pacer, and it's basically a Google for court cases. And so I saw a lot of things on there when I was in prison. And that's when I found out that my grandfather was, kind of very consequential to the trade between Chicago and here.
Well, from my research, he was actually involved in the French Connection. You heard about that as well?
Yes, and basically, my father's indictment with my cousin Donnie and all of them, that was after the pizza connection, but it was, from what I learned, it was the same connection. It was the same pipeline that the drugs were coming through, where the dope was coming through. And, there's Pacer court documents of the rat on that case recording my mom on the phone with him. Basically, she was, I guess, a very important part of that also. They were selling heroin through the Staten Island home that I grew up in, and that's the home that got raided. And it's one of the reasons that it was so terrible when my dad and my mom were... My father felt that I was bringing heat on him, and he started trying to get me put in prison. And for them to have had my house raided when I was 3 years old for dealing drugs through it, and then rat me out for dealing drugs, was probably one of the most heinous things that's happened to me in my life.
Well, and we'll get into that part of the story. I'm just kind of setting up the timeline now, because the French Connection, it was a heroin.
Get the metal.
Okay, you wanted the bedroll. Sir, appreciate it, man.
I sure appreciate it. I'll hook you up when I get some more money back in my bank account.
Smuggling ring where it started in Indochina, it went through Turkey,
I
and
just
into
had a
France,
whole conversation
then
with
into the U.S.
myself. God damn it. So, a dude here just bought, well, he just got some freaking scrap metal. The stuff that I just bought from that dude, he just got some for free. And said that he'll hook him up and like pay him when he gets some money or whatever. I was like, I should have did that, man. He just got a layaway plan, man. I just had to pay. Had to pay 20K. I want the layaway plan too. Get my 20K back.
Oh well. I mean, you just made 250.
I still want my 20K.
or Canada. And I guess the operation started back in the 30s. It reached its peak in the 60s. And it was bringing the majority of the heroin into the United States.
Yeah. I saw somewhere on there that it was like up to 80% of what was coming in was coming through that connection. And I was amazed by it. I mean, things like that don't happen anymore. You get caught right away.
Yeah, I mean, 80% of the heroin into the entire country is mind-blowing. And back then,
Yeah.
heroin was sort of like the drug of choice. This is before cocaine
it was,
really,
for some reason,
you know.
it was socially acceptable to amongst wise guys to sell that and work with that. Cocaine was frowned upon.
Yeah. Right. And, you know, in 1971, there was actually a film called The French Connection, which starred Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman,
It was actually
Popeye.
So you know what that makes me think? That makes me think that he had to have like forced like the insurance to pay out then. For it to pay again afterwards. You know what I'm saying?
You're doing insurance on a different car now, aren't you?
No. Like that was from this red car. That was from the red car. So like I ran back to GT because he told me to run back to GT and check the trader. And I got the insurance from that car. And I bought this car with it. And then when I just checked now, like about like 20 minutes ago, the insurance was still there. They claim again, basically. So that makes me think that the first time he had like forced it through or something, probably. And I claimed it. Hey, look all cozy in here now. The lights still ain't on yet, but the freaking solar panel I guess got to charge up or whatever. Does it need a battery? Oh, it needs a battery.
Lights on.
It doesn't have a battery in it.
Lights on.
I'm gonna throw a battery in it still. Just in case.
That's a light hooked up to the generator.
Oh no, it was hooked up to the solar panel.
Well, this doesn't do any good for the daytime.
It's going off a battery. Like it's charging it into the battery. It's putting the juice into the battery. So at nighttime it'll use the battery. Fuck, why did I just push the car? Did I turn off the lights? I hope I turned off the lights. I didn't turn off the lights. Get out the car, close the door, close the trunk. Put the battery in that solar panel. Pop. Oh, it needs a wire too. I got wire in my wallet. I don't know why I put it in my wallet, but... Oh, no I don't. I don't need a wire. I just need the battery. Yeah, I don't want no wire. That's for shocking. Yeah. Uh-oh. Guess I'm gonna cover my Mustang. Fucking Mustang. Still can't believe he did that. Switch off. No, don't switch off. Oh wait. I think it's connected to both. You connected it to the generator?
Yeah. Just turn the generator on. It comes on. Or unless you just picked it up. Yeah, see?
Move it over a little bit. There we go. Plug in, and I'm gonna have it plugged into the refrigerator. There we go.
I think this is the most my inventory's been cleaned out. That's food and water.
Dinner, fridge is good now. God damn, what the heck? I'm about to go to the moon. Alright, boom, 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 let's set, Ooh. Can I put this tripod up here?
Doyle.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a big film. Yeah, it was actually, I think it won an Oscar or something like that.
Mhm.
So, it kind of just shows how big of an operation your grandfather was involved in.
Mhm. No, he was an instrumental guy, and Frankie Locascio obviously was an underboss, so his captain was a very important guy. I was kept away from him.
Okay. And then your father kind of followed your grandfather's footsteps.
Sure, definitely.
And he became an enforcer for the Gambinos?
Yeah, I'll tell you, everything I've heard of my father when he was younger, before basically I met him, he was a real deal gangster, and he put in work. I've been in prison with people who are close to me in the crime family. And, you don't really talk about bodies, but I've had people come to me who I'm close with and tell me that I should respect my father a lot for all the work he put in the 70s and 80s, very early 80s before he went away. So I knew firsthand that, these guys were killers. They were real gangsters. And obviously they didn't go harassing civilians. These were guys that were in the life. And it was such a difference from the guy I met once. He was kind of broken by that bid he did. He did 9 years, and he wasn't supported very much by my mom, and she made it very hard on him. I mean, we went 6 years without visiting him, and through that, he was not willing to continue being the gangster he was. You know, and I can't blame him for it. I blame him for sticking a knife in my back to keep me from being who I was. But I guess he just couldn't go back. He couldn't do more time.
Okay, so your father was working for the Gambinos.
Yeah.
And I guess he was going to be made a
from
made
what
man
I hear,
with the
he would
Gambinos,
yes.
But then your uncle ended up flipping, right?
My uncle Richard flipped and told on Arnold Squitieri and his cousin Funzi, and at the time, he was the acting boss. So basically, Arnold said that my father was never getting straightened out, and every time he got put up, Arnold would knock him down and make sure that he didn't get straightened out. You know, my father should have been straightened out a long time ago, and he ended up waiting until he was basically 60 years old to get straightened out by the Lucchese's when the work he put in was for the Gambinos in the 70s. So he caught a raw deal, and, you know, instead of sticking around and telling Arnold, listen, I'll prove myself to you, give me all the work you want and I'll do it, he decided that he wanted to jump ship and go over with the Lucchese's, and that's where I got stuck with these people.
Okay, so your dad moves over to the Lucchese's. He eventually gets made on that side.
Yeah, in 2012. 2012. Yeah. It's quite a while they made him wait.
So you're growing up in this family.
Yeah.
And at what point do you realize that your dad and your grandfather are gangsters?
Well, I'll tell you, it was always very evident. We never talk about it. Whenever anyone talked about why my grandfather or father went to jail, the first thing that was said was, oh, they went to jail for illegal gambling. They had, bookie operations. Meanwhile, we all went to jail for heroin trafficking and, murders and stuff, but that wasn't talked about. It was just an illegal gambling operation, and the government screwed them. I remember when I was young, I mean real young, like 7 or 8, I had a t-shirt on that had the American flag on it at a barbecue in my backyard. And there were some wise guys, and they said, hey, go take that t-shirt off or put it on inside out because fuck America. We don't believe in the American flag. They screw our people over, So I was brainwashed by this because I believed it. These are people I loved and respected. At the end of the day, I found out they were getting screwed over because of what they were doing,
Got it. Okay. So here you are growing up in this household. And then right around 14 years old is when you start kind of associating.
I started getting a little more involved.
Mafia guys?
But, it was mostly legit stuff, Like I would go to this arcade in my neighborhood. And across the street from the arcade was a strip club. They didn't open until nighttime. But during the day, it was like the social club where people played cards. So I knew I would go to the arcade with a couple of dollars and quarters. When I ran out of them, I knew I could go hang out in front of the club. And those guys would send me for a pack of cigarettes and give me a $5 bill. Or, hey, go pick up some newspapers. And I get a $10 bill for doing that. So it wasn't like at 14 they had me breaking legs. At 14, I was riding my bicycle to go pick up cigarettes. And ultimately, you get brought in and they start talking to you and making you feel good about yourself when you don't feel good about yourself. When your dad's in jail, all the other kids have more, family members at the football games, nicer cars, because your dad's in jail, he's not earning right now. You're maybe a little hard on money, And now there's these guys that are putting a couple dollars in your pocket, talking to you about, telling you stories about your dad and your grandfather and saying, hey, when you grow up, you're going to run the neighborhood. And you start to feel indoctrinated. And that's what it was with me.
Okay. So you graduate high school.
Mm-hmm.
You go to college at Buffalo State.
Yes.
And you're actually pre-med when you get there.
I was a bright kid. But as my father used to say, I was too smart for my own good, I guess they told me. I just had all these ideas, and as most young people, I figured that I could beat everybody at the game of life. And I ended up not doing what I should have been doing in school. I wasn't there very long at all. And There was a wise guy. Well, he wasn't a wise guy yet. There was a connected guy in the neighborhood, and he had
I'm gonna flip the
a nightclub.
whatchamacallit around.
And I was 16 at the time I first started bouncing for him. I've always been a big guy. Like right now, you can't tell because of COVID, the gyms were closed. I let it slip a little bit. But at the time, I was like 275, you know, big muscular guy. So I was working as a bouncer, as a manager, things like that. And so I got next to this Bonanno associate who ultimately ended up becoming a captain with them. And before I could make my way with that family, my father shut that down. He put in a beef. He didn't want me working with the Bonannos. I was supposed to be with the Lucchese's. And ultimately, I would have to wait until he got made before I got made. And I don't know if that was his total agenda. It's not like he ever said, you're not getting made till I do. But it seemed like that. And that's how it was related, especially from the man that I'm talking about, the guy I was working for. He says, oh, your dad's not going to let you stay with us until he gets straightened out.
Okay. So you dropped out of school at one point. And then is that when the mafia thing became a full time?
Once I was through the Lucchese's, we had a connection with Local 79 Mason Tenders Union. And so I had a union job. It wasn't no show. We had to go to work, and you know, we didn't work the way everyone else did, but we had to go to work and everything. And I was making a decent living and getting my health insurance through that union. And then also I was running a nightclub for a Bonanno associate. Well, by then he was made. And so I was making, you know, you're a kid, you think it's a lot of money. I was making $1,500, $2,000 a week running the nightclub, then another $800 to $1,000 a week with the, you know, construction. And nobody could tell me anything. I didn't want to hear from anyone. You know, I thought I knew it all.
Okay. But then at one point you actually started to run a prostitution ring. Yeah.
Probably like 19, I started working directly next door at Lace Gentlemen's Club. I was a daytime security. And then I was working there until I was about 21 is when I caught a case next door. There was this limo driver was shaking down. He was like a, you know, wannabe gangster. I mean, he wasn't a wannabe. He had a little crew. You know, this black guy, he had a bunch of guys that were, you know, tough guys with him. And he was shaking down one of our managers. And ultimately, he was at the club one night that I wasn't working. I was there. And I heard them call my father and say, hey, you got to come here and take care of this guy. Once I heard that call in the office, I just went outside and crippled the guy. You know, I broke his eye socket. He was blinded in one eye. He ended up suing the club, and I think there was like a $300,000 settlement. His name was Ilo, this limo driver. He was shaking down this guy, Fat Joe. He was a manager for us. So I figure I'm going to get a pat on the back for taking care of the problem. Instead, I get in trouble for it because my father, instead of taking my back, throws me under the bus and says, oh, I didn't tell him to do any of that. So they went and hid me at VIP's, which is on 20th Street between 5th and 6th. We had a partnership with the Albanians there. You know, some really tough, real gangsters, these Albanians, you know, not like the guys I was working for. The guys I was working for pretend to be gangsters. These Albanians were gangsters, you know, and because they're first generation and, you know, they're coming up hard in the street. Us, we're all fourth, fifth generation. These guys were soft I was working for. And we had, you know, a black book operation over there. I had some high profile clients. Augustus Bush from Anheuser-Busch was one of our clients over there. A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez, was one of our clients over there. He's absolutely in love with bodybuilder females. We had this stripper named Stella. She was a professional bodybuilder. And he had a relationship with her for a couple of years when he was in Texas playing for the Rangers. And she actually passed away while she was working for us, and I could tell he really loved her because he broke down in tears when it happened. We had a bunch of high-profile clients over there, you know, Fortune 500 company CEOs. And basically, we had the upstairs was for, you know, the prostitution ring that we had, which I did the protection and basically the meet and greets. You know, I would help finesse the customers, make sure they felt good about spending $30,000 in a night, you know. And so that went on at VIP's. And that's when I became a little more involved with the family. When at that point, since I was like a pivotal part of this thing that was going on, I guess I started to get a little more recognition.
Well, at one point, you actually started doing protection for the Bonanno drug operation?
Yeah. I had a very dear friend who I had known since kindergarten. And I was close friends with him. We went to high school together. And he was one of the bigger drug dealers for the Bonannos. But the thing was, he was a businessman. He was a drug dealer. He was not a gangster. He was a very nice kid. Wasn't a tough guy. So he had a target on his back, and every stick-up kid from Brooklyn to Staten Island was robbing him. So ultimately around 2002 is when he came to me, and I moved his operation into one of the homes that I owned at the time. And then he stopped getting robbed. So he actually, from one of the robberies, he ended up getting arrested, even though he was the one that was robbed. They had him taped to a chair for hours. They arrested him, and in order to keep him from, going to prison, I turned him in. My wife and I drove him to court. We figured we'd bail him out later, and it turned out they were doing the lineup. And so he called me from the desk of a cop. I guess they let him make a phone call, and he insinuated to me that it'd be better if this guy didn't show up to the lineup. So, I had to do some soul searching because it was dangerous. He had just called me from a police station. But I was friends with him for 19 years at that point, so it meant a lot to me to keep him out of jail. And I'm pretty sure this guy doesn't badmouth me, unless someone brings me up, because after I cooperated, I'm sure I put a shadow on his name from it. I'm sure he doesn't badmouth me because I went and grabbed the informant's brother and took him for a ride while we made sure that guy didn't show up to the lineup. So instead of him doing 12 years, he got a probation and a fine.
Okay, so you essentially kidnapped the witness's brother.
Yeah. The day that they came back to the house after the robbery, 2 days later they came back to the house, I grabbed the driver, and we were able to coerce him very roughly into telling us who was setting up these robberies on my friend.
I think I'm bugged.
Because his life was in danger at this point. They were. It was just a matter of time until they
you
killed
got a
him.
big tit in your hand.
So once we found out who
There's nothing
was
in my head
setting
on
him
my
up,
screen.
then I was able to grab that guy, and his brother was the witness. So when we grabbed him, he called his brother, and the brother didn't show up to the lineup. He was on probation, and they were going to pull his parole, actually. So he went on the run to Florida and violated his parole. But ultimately, it was either that or your brother ends up in the trunk of a car dead somewhere, I wasn't letting my friend go to jail.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I wasn't letting my friend go to jail over these scumbags who were robbing him. At the time, I was a very, very loyal person. I didn't realize I was being used as much as I was.
Well, when you say you grabbed the driver and you coerced him, AKA tortured him. I mean, how do you really torture somebody? Like explain the process.
I'll tell you this particular process. I had my friend get in the driver's seat. I got in the back seat, and I put the driver in the front passenger seat behind me, with me behind him. And he had a do-rag on, so I had a roll of duct tape, a knife, and a pistol. I started cutting his face open and then just duct taping it closed because he was bleeding a lot. So I would ask him, and he didn't want to give up who had set my friend up. So I cut his eyebrow off, duct taped it closed, pulled the do-rag over it, tied it tight, duct taped that. Then I started strangling him with the seatbelt until he was about to pass out. And then ultimately he would, from me strangling him got me more than cutting him. And then he told us, and I kicked him out of the moving car. We were doing about 20 miles an hour. I kicked him out of the car, and that broke his leg, and that's why the police ever found him, because he had to get an ambulance on the side of the highway. But ultimately, he told them I'm not cooperating, and he went back to California, and he kept his mouth shut.
Okay. So, at that point, did you start to kind of get the attention of the Lucchese's?
Not so much. My father knew what had happened, And ultimately I went on the lam. I mean, my prints were all over the guns that they found. I was hiding, but I was only hiding right in Queens. You know, I had a friend in Queens I was staying with. And my father never reported this, like, hey, look at what my son's doing. He kept it hidden. He didn't want me getting any spotlight. You know, he didn't want me coming up through the ranks while he, you know, they were actively putting his name up to get made, and he was getting knocked down because when he got made, it was related to me by one of the guys in his crew. The only way they were able to make him was that Arnold happened to be doing a parole violation. So Arnold was very pissed off. Actually, I was with Arnold's cousin, is a very old guy. His name's Ernie Boy Abamonte. Oreste is his first name. I was with him in MDC, and he told me that his cousin was very pissed off when he found out they straightened my father out behind his back while he was in prison. So that's what I was, you know, I'm not going to say my father didn't deserve it. He very much deserved to get it by that point.
Run the thing
But Ernie Boy had nothing against my father. He said,
huh? Let's get it.
Somebody just ran by like a minute ago. So.
The base?
Yeah. Going this direction.
Was the door closed?
Yeah, he just ran by.
Yeah. Oh fuck, I didn't bring my second backpack.
Do you really need it?
Yeah. We got all that storage to stack all these guns. Okay, nice. You can't access any of the stuff from the windows. And ah! I closed myself in the door. Oh, and this is the name of the video. There we go.
I like the sound of the car 15.
Did you already take this? Ain't nothing here.
HK 416 doesn't sell, right?
If it's the regular one, yeah, not the compact one.
It's the compact.
Trash. Hey! I've streamed 4 hours and 20 minutes. 420.
Still can't watch on a PlayStation, though.
Server restarting in 30 minutes. I don't see any zombies here. Oh, no I do. Never mind. I'm tripping.
Wolves.
Where are the bloodsuckers? I don't know, how do they let me make it up here?
Wolf down.
Bloodsucker popped out, I think he did that. He's coming towards you. Damn, he ate that joint. What the fuck? That boy crawling. Fuck, he crossed the hill.
What?
I rushed the shot. I wanted to get that freaking wolf before he escaped. Because I know you're gonna come back with more.
I got the zombie wolf.
Let's see if I can get a collateral. There we go. Damn! Yo, you went flying. You say the thing is suppressed, but I swear this thing ain't. Is anything down? I don't think it's anything. No.
Where?
Like below me?
I don't see anything.
So many damn AK mags. Don't make no sense. I'll make my character rest.
My father should have got it a long time ago, but ultimately his cousin, who was the acting boss at one point, was mad that they did it behind his back. So my father definitely wasn't gonna start scoring me points with the crew and worry about me getting straightened out before him, you know?
Well, at one point, you actually started taking hits.
Well, I was taking hits. There's a different type of hits. You know, when I was in prison, I let it be known, you know, I had a family, I had kids, I had a wife I wanted to provide for. So I sold drugs in prison my whole life. I behave in prison just like I do on the street as a gangster. So I would have people, either strippers that worked for me or hookers. I would have different people, anyone I could get to bring me drugs in there, and I sell them in there. I also let it be known, if there's anyone in here that you need stabbed up, cut up, anything you need done, I'll do in here. So I took a hit for Alphonse Trucchio that my friend Gene and I handled together, for this guy that ratted on one of his weed dealers. This guy, Sean Dunn, got ratted on by this Italian kid, Sal Giolando. And so Gene and I took that hit, and you know, I chopped his face up. He got a couple hundred stitches maybe. And you know, we didn't kill him or anything, let him go. And then another time, you know, some people who I had love for at one point, I'm sure don't love me anymore, but I'm gonna give them the respect not to mention their names right now. They wanted this kid, Chris Cagnata, crippled in Attica. I was in Attica State Prison, and I caught the kid Cagnata, and I busted his face up, and I broke both of his thumbs.
Okay, was this the Hells Angels guy?
No. That's something else. Once I was out, and I had already been flipped on by my father. My father ratted on me. He had other family members make phone calls. I heard a recording that he was talking to the police about getting me arrested. My own father. So once that happened, I flipped and started wearing a wire. Wore the wire while I was in prison, wore the wire while I was in the street. I wore the wire to visit other wise guys that were in prison. I'm not ashamed of it. If anyone has something to say about it, they better be better than me if they're gonna say it to my face. So what happened was, a wise guy in my dad's crew with the same captain wanted this Hell's Angel killed in Attica. And he came to me, he called me, told me to visit him. I visited him in Brooklyn House Detention, and he asked me to have this guy killed in Attica. So ultimately, that guy's life was saved through the work that I did. Also, they wanted me to kill the acting boss of the Bananos, this guy Mikey Mancuso, Mikey the Nose, and that was another hit that was caught on the wire of them asking me to do this.
There was a situation with a tuna can.
It's a DMR.
There was, when you're in jail, you make a knife at anything you can. So, I can't tell you how many times I've opened a can and then used the top to cut somebody's face open. I sound like a horrendous individual when I talk like this, but ultimately that's the life you live. And the guy, Sal Giolando, who ratted on Alphonse's weed dealer, the knife that the cutter that I made to cut him was a tuna can.
My bag's full.
Well, I mean, typically, when you're doing a hit for one of the mafia crews, how much are they paying you? Or does it depend on who?
You don't get paid. I've read comments on other interviews I've done, and there was this guy claiming how could he do a hit for $10,000 because Alphonse had told me he's gonna give me 10 grand for that hit. And this guy, who obviously never talked to a wise guy in his life, was talking about how you should get the going rate's $250,000. They don't pay anyone to do hits anymore. What they do is they dangle a carrot in front of your face and they say they're gonna straighten you out. Once you do it, you either get straightened out or they come to you and say, oh, you gotta do another one. Or say you're a go-to guy that they can trust and you're capable and you can handle things and you keep taking either hits or, hits of violence maybe that aren't killings, but they know they can come to you. After a year or two, they'll say, hey, look, we got a sports page over here. We'll give you a half sheet with this other guy and you'll make 50% on it. So that's how you get paid. You get paid down the road, or maybe they'll say, hey, we'll give you $100,000 for a half a point or 1 point, and you can put it on the street for 2.5 points. That's ultimately how you get reimbursed for your work, through earns that they'll throw your way or getting straightened out.
Right. I think when I interviewed Michael Franzese, he essentially said the same thing. He said that in Italian gangs, you don't get paid for hits. Like, in other gangs, like when you look at like the Crips or the Bloods or whatever, there's usually like a price tag associated with it. But with the Italians, it's not a.
You do this because it's a lifestyle, and you have to be willing to be there for your family, and ultimately you get the recognition and you get
You
made
just got your
or
L.
an urn gets thrown your way. You know, there was this hit that my friend Gene and I went on for my aunt married this guy who at the time was kind of using us, lying to us, portraying himself as someone he wasn't, and had led me and Gene to believe that he could get Gene taken in with the Genovese and get him straightened out over there. And so this guy that was working with him, he had a falling out with, and he asked me and Gene to go kill him. And Gene and I, we laid up on him for 3 nights. You know, I mean, literally, I was laying down in the grass in a rainstorm between his 2 garages in his backyard with a silenced 380 for 3 nights. And ultimately, Gene decided to set off the house alarm to see if he would come out. But when he set the house alarm off, the guy didn't come outside. He just started going to the windows, turned on all the spotlights, and called the cops. So we ended up missing him because it might have worked, the alarm, but the guy knew that he was marked, so he wasn't coming outside. And that was another hit that was sent our way. I don't even want to bring it up because I didn't do. I didn't accomplish it. You know, you don't want to bring up failures.
What are the crates up here?
Okay, and then there's the situation with the leader of the Purple.
Keep dropping.
Michael Meldish.
Now, I went through and actually did some research on these guys, and this is a very interesting group of people. So, originally, there was a Purple Gang in Chicago during Prohibition times. And there was a crew in East Harlem that basically named themselves after the Chicago Gang. And this was essentially an organized crime crew that would work with all the different families, but they weren't really
They were almost the 6th family, yeah.
Yeah, they were essentially going to become the 6th family at one point.
But they all got finished, yeah.
Right. So these guys were essentially known for killing and dismembering rivals that control the heroin
These guys
trade
were
in Harlem and the Bronx.
heavy hitters, yeah. This was back in the day when there wasn't forensics like there is now.
Hitting zombies
and you wanted
and
to kill
not
somebody, you
dying
got away
in
with
one
it back
shot.
then. And these guys were heavy hitters. Michael, who was the hit victim on that Maddie Madonna wanted killed, he was a killer. He put in plenty of work. His brother
But
Joey,
they're all grouped together
who
now.
I was very close with. We spent a couple years in prison together, and we spent plenty of time on the street together. And Joey, supposedly, I mean, I'm not going by him, what he told me. I'm not repeating any of that. What I'm saying is, right on the internet, you can see they say 70 to 90, possibly 200 bodies. So these guys were very serious guys. And Joey was, if Joey was home, no one would have had the balls to put a hit on Mike. But and this is something I really want to bring up about the mob. There is no honor, and they're cowards. Because this man, Joey Meldish, is a gentleman and he's a man and a half. He took his 50 to life like a man and said, fuck it, I'll go die in prison because I'm a stand-up guy. And they decided to put a hit on his brother because he was in prison and couldn't defend him. If Joey was home, he would have never even attempted anything on Mike. Mike screwed up with a boss, don't get me wrong, but even that boss wouldn't have tried anything if Joey was still home. And I want to make that very clear. None of these guys would have had the balls to do that if Joey was still home.
Well, Joseph Coffey, who was the former...
He's the piece of shit who actually put in the newspaper, it's vermin killing vermin, the day that the man got killed. Front page article on a murder. And obviously, you know, my crew was involved with it. They asked me to be a part of it. But I had the utmost respect for the man, and he was a friend. I wasn't as close with him as I was with Joey. But it doesn't matter who you are. There's no reason for a retired police officer to be calling you vermin on the day you're murdered in the newspaper.
Well, yeah, and I mean, before that even happened, I mean, he spoke about the Purple Gang. He called them a group of mad dog killers.
And they were, 100%.
Okay, and the leader of the Purple Gang was Michael Meldish.
Michael Meldish, yeah.
Did you know him personally?
Yeah. In fact, I spent right next door in the strip club. I spent plenty of nights with him there.
That's a F&D
and also in
here.
VIPs. He was a dear friend of
Really?
ours.
Yeah.
I mean, he was on record with the boss. You know, it's not like he was on record with just some wise guy.
Don't see
You
those
know, he
too
was
often.
around Matty his whole life. He dealt heroin for Matt and Joey DiNapoli, the underboss, Steve, all of them. Like,
There's
he was
also Matty
around
here, too.
top guys in this family. His brother Joe was
So
on
what?
record with the Genovese.
Like a
So
Matt?
they
The
really
Matt-
had
Matt
their
Ford.
bases covered. They had the Lucchese's, which was like the number 3
Oh my
in
God.
power. And then they had the
Yeah,
West
that's
Side
cool.
guys, which are the number 1 in power. You know, they're the cream of the crop. And these guys really had their bases covered.
This gun is so huge. What the heck?
Well, Michael Meldish, who Joseph Coffey called a stone cold killer,
He wasn't wrong, but he shouldn't have
was
said it the day
allegedly
he got
involved
killed.
in more than 10 hits himself in the 70s and 80s. He essentially terrorized New York City. And whenever something would happen, there wouldn't be any witnesses because everyone
In
was so
broad
scared
daylight.
to testify against this guy.
Yeah. Because these guys, well, first of all, they had a crew, and their crew, the guy Mikey Mancuso I mentioned, who ended up being the acting boss of the Bonanos, he was in the Purple Gang. The guys who were in their gang with them ended up being bosses and captains, not just wise guys. They all ended up getting straightened out. You know, the Meldishes were part German, so they couldn't get straightened out. But the work that they did turned people into bosses and captains. And their crew was full of all up-and-comers in the 70s.
Well, almost
And by the
everybody's
80s
hurt.
and 90s,
5
these guys
minutes?
were the bosses and captains that were
Yeah, we
running
can
everything.
probably make it.
They were
What is
very
it?
well connected.
Okay, so then at one point, you were actually asked to do a hit on Michael Meldish.
Yes.
Okay, so when you were told this, what did you think?
I mean, when it was first brought up to me, they just said Mike. I thought it was another Mike. And I didn't understand why they would want to hit him because the guy had like terminal cancer and he was a very nice guy. So then ultimately it became clarified to me that it was Mikey Meldish. And I had just gotten home. I had just done about 5 years. Just got home. Here I am. I get grabbed by my father and taken to dinner with a captain. Obviously, this is my chance to come up. And then it has to be someone that I actually genuinely like and whose brother I love. So I was conflicted, but ultimately I knew that my father had no say in how this was going to go. He was, just a regular soldier. I was a nobody. I knew there was nothing I could do. Had Joey been home, I would have trusted Joey enough to go to him and say, hey, they're going to kill Mike. We better do something. But I didn't have that relationship with Mike. I felt like if I went and told Mike would have went to Matt and said, oh, you told my nephew to kill me? And he would have threw me under the bus. I was 10 different kinds of scared. Anyone who wants to pretend that, there's some tough guy that they could stare death in the face, it's not like that. It's one thing, if you want to be a gangster, don't have kids. Don't get married if you want to live like that. Maybe if I didn't have kids, I would live like that. But I had kids, and I had been taken from them for years. And my back was against the wall, and I was not going to put myself in a position to get killed, in a position to throw away the whole life that I had been living.
Oh,
They were my
I
livelihood,
was about to say.
so I had to go along with it. And on top of it,
Mother Sheriff badge.
ultimately,
Hey,
even after all
that's
these
like
things,
7K.
I had blood family members and crime family members rat me out. So that's when I ultimately made my decision to get out of that life the only way I knew how. And I'll tell you, the government isn't your friend. When you work for these people, it's not like, it looks like on TV, like, oh, I got in trouble selling drugs or I got caught with a gun. Let me go call the agent and get it squashed. It doesn't work like that. You work for them, you have a job, they have a job. The two of you have intersecting interests. And that's what I had. I went to them for help getting out of this life because I saw it was no longer the life that I thought it was. I wanted to get my kids
That's
back.
a mutant.
They got wrapped up into the problem that I had, that my father was ratting on me. And I did everything I could to be a father and a provider and an upstanding citizen again. And ultimately what they did for me, I've spent the last year and a half getting bounced all over the place.
It's an extra backpack.
Bounced from hotels to safe houses, and they're very serious about the commitment they make to you. And the commitment is your safety is our priority. But that means I have to do, if they say, hey, we're moving you somewhere, I can't say, hey, I
Honda
don't feel
Black
like moving.
Remington, 700.
As soon as I do that, they say, well, then we're washing our hands of you. So I don't live a very normal life right now. Even now, a year after I'm out of prison, getting bounced around, and I'm getting set up in a lifestyle that I can be a regular blue-collar working guy. You know, I don't get to see my kids as much as I would like now because of this, but I can call them anytime I want. I can at least check on them.
Okay, I just want to talk about the Michael Meldish. So, well, according to you, Steve Correa Jr., who was the Lucchese underboss.
He wasn't the underboss. He was just the captain of my father's crew. My father got made into his crew.
Uh-huh. Okay, so who ordered this hit?
From what I heard, he had mentioned Dad knows about it. Later on, I found out that Matt, who was the acting boss, ordered it. And this trickled down to him.
Okay, and there are 5 guys that were involved in this hit.
There was Teddy, Chris, my father, me. And those were like the boots on the ground that night. But Steve Jr. is the one who related it to my father and I. And had Steve been an actual leader instead of just his father's son who got made a captain because his daddy was the boss at one point, things would have gone differently.
Okay, and what was the reason why they wanted him dead?
Okay, ultimately, what I was told that day was there's indictments coming down.
Oh, so
and I don't
random
think
here.
he's gonna hold up. I knew that was bullshit.
Yeah, what's up?
That was it. My father had already told me before we went in the parking lot to talk about it. We met at a restaurant. We went outside. He says, just agree to whatever he tells you and do not ask questions. So I went outside and I kept my mouth shut. When we left, I started talking to my father about it.
There's a zombie behind you.
A little more got relayed to me over the weeks, like about a week after that, which it turned out.
Okay, this
I
is
heard
the
2
third
stories.
FAL.
There's 2 people here. What the fuck?
That there was a $100,000 debt that Mike wasn't paying back. That turned out to be bullshit.
Ooh,
the
SAA.
story that I believe was relayed to me later on between what I've heard from my father and other guys in the crew. Mike had done a collection
just
for
scooping
Maddie. And when you do a street collection, you get to keep 50%. That's how it is in the street. You owe someone $5,000. That guy comes to me, he's not paying me. You go see him, I come see you, I crack you a couple times, you pay me the $5,000, I bring $2,500 back to the other guy. So what was relayed to me through guys, and then again, I'm a nobody, so it might not be true, was that he did the collection and kept, I think, $50,000 above $50,000. And what they told me was Matt said, no, you don't get to keep it because now I'm the boss.
Yeah.
So if I was just a wise guy or a captain, yeah, you get to keep it, but now I'm the boss, you got to do that collection basically for way less.
I can't pick it up. I cannot pick it up.
Told,
I got no room to.
Mike told him to go fuck
I would
himself.
have to drop something.
And then he said something even more disrespectful that I don't even want to repeat.
This is
It's
an
not a phrase I say.
M24A3.
And he said something else
I
to
have
him.
an
and that
M24A3.
Evidently, Maddie had said
mag,
you're a dead man to him in front of people.
But it does not accept
And that basically once the boss tells you you're dead,
It's
in
probably
front
one of the
other people,
modded
he's got to
ones.
deliver on that. So that's how that was broken down to me while I was in MDC prison.
Yeah, it wants to take its own mod.
Okay, so describe the night when he gets killed.
It's the mag itself.
I was living on Staten Island. I was fresh
It
out
does
of
look
jail.
different than the other ones like that.
There was an arrangement. The way that it was going to be set up was,
I'm pretty sure we grabbed.
I feel the real reason that my father and I were even
it's
brought
only
into this
it's
was
about
to
like
make
2
him
to 3
feel
minutes
safe. Because,
before he started.
you know, he'd known us for years and he probably figured, oh, I'm safe. It's
Are you
Frankie and his
completely full,
son.
man?
I feel like I was more of a there to rock him to sleep
I could
than
drop
to
off
do
some.
anything. So what
Yeah, plus
happened
we're
was
at
my
base.
father picked me up at a friend's house I was
You're
staying
completely
with.
full gun still.
We drove to
I'm not full,
drove
but
here,
like I
to where
could
I am
drop
right
off
now.
some.
There's a parking garage next door. We went and got the we dropped our car
How much
off
that's worth.
to somebody who brought us an older car with no GPS, and we drove that to the Bronx. And the way it was going to be broken down was supposedly it was set up with Mike that we were going to bring him 100 grams of dope. to take to his distribution network, have them test it, see if they could work with it, and then we'd bring kilos if they wanted it, if that work was good enough for him. So that night, all I thought I was doing was going to pick up Mike, drive him downtown to pick up
Oh,
this
you might
100
want to see
grams,
this.
and then hear from him later on whether he wanted, how much he wanted. Ultimately, when we got there, my father and I got out of the car. We walked down to where Mike's house was.
What the fuck?
And
Where you get a
when I got
Walmart
there,
grill?
we greeted him, and my father said, "Oh,
Although you know
go
that,
back to the car and get the iPad
gas
because
thing.
there's
I'm free falling.
the map is in there where we're
Oh, you
going."
can pick it up.
I knew there was
Put
no
it in my
iPad in the car because we went to trouble not to have a GPS in the car. So I didn't know what was going on, but I wasn't gonna argue it. I just went back to the car. So I got in the car, and at that point, now I told you I had been having problems with my father. We've had some
Well,
serious
that
issues.
took up a lot of space.
I had a couple urns that he basically lied to me about and squashed. And at
Do you
that
need
point,
a
I didn't know that
four-plug
he was
socket?
working to get me arrested. But I knew we had some
Not really.
beefs going on before this. So right away, I started to think maybe I was the hit, to be honest with you. Sent me back to a car by myself. I'm unarmed to get an iPad that I know is not there. So I got nervous. I started looking at every mirror, every window, you know. Heart started pounding a little bit. I figured I was going to get shot. And then I saw my father coming back to the car. And he just got in the car with me and said, "It's done." I told him,
Still a
I said,
bunch
"What
of
the
guns
fuck do you mean it's done?" And he goes like this. That's one of the things
4
my father
guns just
does
in this
all the
building
time.
alone.
Doesn't want to talk about something. He puts his finger to his lips and he doesn't want you to talk. He's always afraid of being listened to or something. And
Oh, that
we
M4
took
is
it home from
trash.
there.
Where'd it go?
And ultimately, that was the night that Mike got hit. And it turned out that this other guy, you know, we
That's
call him
right,
Teddy,
DC.
but his name is Terry Caldwell. A black guy who was very close friends with Mike for years. Mike was actually driving him to chemotherapy for 2 years straight. And he was the trigger man. He pulled the trigger on Mike. And Chris was the driver, Chris Londonio. And one of the things that was mentioned on the wire when I was talking to my
Alright,
father
I would
was
have to do a
the
drop
whole
off
reason
that
they have
base.
this case is because Chris was so
This
stupid.
ballpark grill is
They killed
freaking
Mike,
huge.
and then he
Freaking-
called, like literally within 5 minutes of the
all
time of
these
death,
big old
he
sniper
called Maddie
rifles.
for a 2-minute conversation on the phone log, and it was just him saying, "It's done." And so my father told me if Chris didn't call Matt, all basically proud of himself that he got the hit done and dying to tell the boss it's done, it wouldn't have pointed in our direction as much because at the time they were trying to deflect blame to the Bonanos because Mike had a beef with Mikey Nose Mancuso. And so they were trying to make it look like like he ordered the hit. But instead, Chris made that phone call and it put heat on the Lucchese's.
Is this
on
your
us for
wallet
hitting
on the
our own
ground?
guy.
Did you drop it?
Yeah, I dropped it.
Okay, and they found the body
Can't put nothing in it, but you know, it takes up space.
in Throg's neck
Mhm.
in a Lincoln, and it was just a single gunshot wound to the head.
22 to the back of the head. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, the police were essentially celebrating when they found out the news.
Yeah, yeah. And they found him without $1 in his pocket. So obviously, Mike always had a couple thousand on him. So someone went in his pockets. And they were, especially that guy Coffee, said some really horrendous things about Mike on the day he was murdered.
Found a backpack.
Okay, so you go and do that hit, and then the situation with your father and your mother starts to really
Well, not so much my mother. I gotta believe my mother loves me. I hope, but she's doing what her husband's telling her. He's trying to get me off the street because I had this doctor shopping operation and an insurance scam. Insurance fraud. So I had several doctors writing for everyone I could get. I had all my friends I was bringing to get scripts, and we would making money that way. And my father, I reported this to my father because he's the wise guy that I'm around at this point. I'm supposed to tell him what's going on. So I tell him, listen, I got this thing going on. I'm making really good money. I could kick back $5,000 a month to Steve. So after a year, that's $60,000. If he sees I'm earning like this, he'll straighten me out. We can get this over with because I'm waiting for my button, And my father said, "Oh no, you can't do that. I want you to stop doing it." But that's how I was feeding my family, and I was living good. I was making good money. I wasn't stopping it. And it seemed to me like, there was other things going on in the family at the time. My grandmother had passed away, My parents didn't like that the house was left under someone else's name. That's neither here nor there. It's a long story. It upsets my brothers, who I love, and I know they hate me now, but it upsets them when I bring this up, so I'll try to keep it short. Ultimately, I gotta believe my father was making my mother make these calls on me. And when I heard this recording, I heard my mother and my aunt on the recording. And I'm saying to myself, wow, wait until I tell my father about this. And then I hear my father's voice on the recording, telling the officer that sometimes I come home and I burn my clothes and I'm covered in blood. And I've been terrible since I got home from jail. I'm an animal and that I'm a dangerous guy. And I'm listening now to this whole time I thought I was going to be telling my father this to get it straightened out. And then now it's my father's voice telling him the same thing, ratting me out. They took my pill bottles that were all empty. I'd sold the pills. I got them filled one day. They were done the next. And he showed the cops, the DEA and ACS, the pill bottles were empty. So they started an investigation to try to keep me from being around my children. And this went so deep that I made the decision to call the feds and try to get some help getting out of the life, getting my kids out of the situation they were in. Ultimately, the feds don't trade you things. It's not like they make a deal with you. You do the work that you do for them, and hopefully at the end of this, you start a fresh life, and that's what I did. They didn't do me any favors. They didn't go get my kids out. Like, at the time, I thought they could, but they don't do that. You have to walk the straight and narrow, do the right thing with them, and start a fresh life when it's over.
Okay, so in terms of you deciding to cooperate with the feds, there's different accounts of this particular situation. So I kind of want to address all these things and have you clear it up. There was one quote I found where you said that while you were in prison, they wanted you to kill the boss of the Bonanno family. That's when you decided to flip.
Well, that's when I decided to contact them again. Now, mind you, in 2013, when this first happened, when I found them ratting on me, I called the feds. I had a number from an agent who had been trying to flip me for a while. I contacted them. I told them I had information on the Meldish murder. I asked them to help me get my kids out of my parents' custody. They told me they can't do things like that I have to tell them everything and then see what I could get. So I dumped that phone and never called them again. Now, I moved on, went through the regular channels to get my kids out, which worked out. Was doing business. I moved to another state, was doing business there. Then I got arrested. I still didn't call the feds right away. Was facing my case down there. I was going to do about 2 years. It was no big deal. Then they did a writ of habeas corpus and shot me up to New York on a federal hold. Threw me in MDC. So I figured they were going to try to come at me with a case. While I'm sitting there for 2 months, I meet up with other wise guys I know, and they offered me this Meldish hit. No, not Meldish hit. They offered me the Mikey Mancuso hit. And then I say to myself, wow, I have something right now that I could leverage right at this moment to screw over the people that I hate and get myself out of this life. And that's when I called my lawyer, said get in touch with the U.S. attorney. If they could get a wire to me, I could get a hit that's being put on the boss of the Bonanno family. Excuse me, right now. And that's what I did.
Well, there was another report that said that you flipped after getting arrested for selling heroin.
Yeah, I was selling heroin in Mississippi, but that's not when I flipped. I got pinched down there. I was facing a drug case for it was less than 3 or 4 grams that they caught me with. While I'm in jail fighting that case, I was there maybe 4 or 5 weeks. Next thing I know, I get woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning and put on a plane and flown up to New York under an assumed name because I had already contacted them. So when they put me in Putnam County Jail, I was under an alias. I did not get what they were offering me. It just didn't seem like it was worth. Like I could just go do the 2 years. So then I got in trouble in Putnam County selling drugs in jail again. Now I was facing maybe 7 years, 6, 7 years, and at least I was going to get to do it in the Fed system close to New York, which was better for me. They put me in MDC. While I'm in MDC, they offered me this.
FND
and
and
that's when I called the
M29
U.S. attorney and
in the
decided to work
ballpark
with
girl taking up way too much space.
Okay, now, we talked about throughout your career that you were selling drugs, but were you actually using drugs yourself as well?
Listen, I partied my whole life. When I was younger, I was running strip clubs. I loved partying. I'm embarrassed to say it. I hope my kids don't see this. But when I was young and stupid, I did drugs, drank, partied with strippers. That was my lifestyle. Was I ever some junkie breaking into people's houses and robbing them? No. It was not my lifestyle. I didn't allow that in my life. I stayed sharp enough, but Saturday at 5 a.m., I was in Sound Factory. You know, that was it.
Yeah. So, in 2015, you told the feds that it was your father that killed Meldish while you stood a few feet away.
No,
but then
while
later on,
I was back in the car, and at that time I was under the impression that my father had pulled the trigger because I didn't see any other people there.
Back to BK.
It wasn't until later on I realized I was in jail with Chris. I realized that my father didn't pull the trigger on it.
Okay, because then they're saying that later on you admitted that you made up that story. Now you claim
No,
that
never
Creed
did that.
Jr.
Never did that.
No?
I never admitted I made up anything because I would have been. If I ever told them I made something up, my whole case would have got thrown out. I would have got life. It doesn't work like that. If you make stuff up and lie to them, I never lied to these people because I was scared to death of now being a rat and still having to go do life in prison with a target on my back. That never happened.
Right, because at one point, you know, this hit was being tied to Korea, and as he's going through his case, you know, you're one of the principal witnesses in it, and you know. For example, the defense attorney, you know, claimed that you were a quote-unquote stone-cold junkie who routinely beat your wife in front of your children and also physically abusive to your mom.
Well, if you were a defense attorney, how would you paint me? As an upstanding citizen or all that bullshit?
There you have it.
Just like it's very similar. My whole life, we've known. You could tell Jerry Capisi anything if you're a wise guy. He'll write it on, he'll put it in the newspaper for you. And that's what he does. So you hear all these things, it's being shaded from a crew I put away. I put them all away. The captain didn't handle his business the right way, and I put him in prison for it. So what do you think they're saying about me?
Right, because ultimately in August of 2020, Korea was sentenced to life in prison for murder.
Well, that was the father, but the son too. Why? First of all, the father said to his son, "Not taking any plea agreements. Those are rap plea agreements because you got to allocute. We're all going to go to prison together." The son, when he wanted to get made, he went to his father, and his father made him. Right? When he wanted to be a captain, his father made him a captain too. Right? But then when his father said, "Now it's time to go to prison," he said, "Sorry, Dad, I'm not doing that with you," right? You could ask Daddy for whatever you want when times are good. But when Daddy said, "Let's go stand up like men together," he went, took a plea, took 13 years. I don't know many people that plea out to 13 years if they didn't do what the witness said. So obviously he was scared enough of what I had to say.
Yeah. And, you know, like you mentioned earlier in the interview, you started wearing a wire.
Yeah.
And you wore a wire with your own father.
Yeah. I only wish I would have got half the stuff that I knew. But very nerve-wracking when you're in a situation like that. So I'm not asking questions to make people suspicious so I end up getting shot. I had to walk a certain line of getting what I can without getting myself killed in the process.
Oh, right, and you also wore a wire on another high-ranking mafia guys, as well as the guys that were involved in the hit.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at wearing a wire and you see, like, you know, movies like Donnie Brasco that's set in the 70s, you know, you have an actual wire and a tape recorder and whatever else. But when you're talking about later on during your era, what does a wire mean? Like, how do they wire you up?
I don't want to, give up their secrets, but ultimately what I'll tell you is it's about the size of a fingernail, right? And you could put it anywhere. They have ones that can go anywhere. I'm not going to give up there, and God forbid some guy who's wearing a wire today gets killed because of something I say on this interview. So I'm not going to say too much. They're not finding it. Not going to happen.
Okay. So getting patted down or frisked just doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. They go over you with a magnetron, magnometer. It's not going to beep. It's not like that.
Okay, so for example, like the glasses I'm wearing right now, you could stick a wire in that a recording device, and then that's it.
I'm sure they could. I haven't seen any glasses with wires in them, but I'm sure they could.
I'm sure they could. Okay. I mean, were you really nervous, though? I mean, I guess they can't really find it, but still, you're recording somebody. You know that the feds are listening. I mean, as you're going through.
Well, here's the thing I was most worried about was a dirty Fed giving me up. That's what I was really worried about, because we had dirty cops work for us my whole life. So, the guy that I mentioned earlier, that wanted me and Gene to do that hit for him, a cop in the organized crime task force basically told everyone that he was a rat, and it was in the newspaper. And then the Fed that I was working for told me, "Oh no, I know for a fact your uncle's a rat," because the organized crime task force officer told me he works for me.
Right, and at one point the feds actually relocated you to Madison.
No, I relocated myself there. I moved down there. I had friends that were living down there. I heard that they had only 2 strip clubs in the whole state. I went down there and tried to buy into a piece of a strip club there. I ended up working for some people there at some strip clubs, building a rapport to see if they trusted me to work for them to buy in. Before that happened, I got pinched for selling drugs. They didn't relocate me there. I didn't work for them there. I went down there, started trying to build a new life. At that point, I had already told them. That's when I had called them and said, "Hey, I have information on the Meldish murder. Can you help me with this DEA case that my father's trying to get me on, and the ACS case with my kids?" They told me, "Sorry, we don't do things like that. We can't just squash cases for you," which is the truth. They don't squash cases for you. That's when I threw that telephone away, never called them again, moved down there, took some of the money I had, started earning more money selling drugs, and was trying to buy a strip club down to just start my own life without ratting on everybody. But ultimately, I got pinched there.
Okay, got it. And ultimately, with all the cooperation you did, you ended up getting 5 years?
For the cases that I had, I think I did 36 months for those drug cases.
Okay.
You know, but now you got to remember, if I go to, they do something that's called a proffer. You go there and you got to tell them every crime you've ever committed. They can only charge you with things that they had evidence of before you ratted on yourself. So I didn't do what a lot of these guys do. I like to think I'm a little smarter than some people. I wasn't going to go there and keep secrets from them. I was hoping they didn't have a lot of information on me already, because I'd been in prison for a while. So I told them everything I ever did. So if you look at my proffer agreement and you look at my court case, excuse me, it looks like I did a total of 6 years for this murder, 2 conspiracies to murder, but ultimately they didn't have me for any of that. So they couldn't give me time for that because I gave them that. They can't charge me with stuff I'm giving them on me unless they had it before. So I told them everything. And the only things they could charge me with was selling drugs in jail and selling drugs down in Mississippi, because those are the things they caught me for. So my lawyer told me, I had a great lawyer. He said, "Frank, don't hide anything from them, because 5 years from now, it'll bite you in the ass and you'll end up doing life for it." So I told them everything.
Okay, I mean, so ultimately you were able to walk away from, the Michael Meldish murder without having to do life in prison, which potentially you would have gotten.
My minimum on that was 480 months. Also, there's something else I want to mention. Because on one of the other interviews I did, I said I pled out to 10,000 kilos, and everyone was like, "Oh, that's a crazy number. We don't believe it." The way that the federal drug system works is whatever drug you sell, cocaine, crack, heroin, it gets translated into pounds of weed. I know this sounds insane, but anyone can look it up. So all the drugs I sold amounted to, they translated into pounds of weed. So I ended up pleading out to a few thousand kilos of weed, not heroin, because that's how the sentencing guidelines go. Anyone who's been on these cases knows that.
Got it. And 480 months, that's 40 years.
Yeah, 480 months was my minimum on the Meldish murder.
Okay.
But luckily, I gave it to them. They didn't have me. If I would have waited longer, someone would have told on me, and I would have done that time.
I mean, ultimately, in terms of the people that you recorded, cooperated against, you were taking a stand as well?
Ultimately, they didn't need me to, because the only person I had to testify against with Steve Crea Jr., and I figured he wasn't gonna stand tall with his father and Joey DiNapoli and Matty Madonna like he was supposed to, but instead he took a plea because he didn't want me to take the stand on him.
Got it. I mean, in terms of all the people that you did cooperate against, how many years in total did all these people get if you kind of mush the numbers
They gave
together?
out. I got 2 guys life sentences. Do I feel great about it? No. Do I really give a shit? No. Because one of them was Chris Londonio. I never liked the guy. Of course, I played him a little bit because I needed him to run his mouth on the wire, which he was more than happy to do. He also said that his captain was a nobody. He talked shit about Steve Jr. He also said that Frank Altamari, the guy who owned the clubs that we worked at, that he was fucking his own daughter-in-law, which he was. He ended up marrying his daughter-in-law after his son died of AIDS. All that shit's on the wire because he wanted to run his mouth. I didn't say, hey, tell me about Frank Altamari fucking his daughter-in-law and marrying her. I didn't say that. He started running his mouth about it.
Well, you got out of prison in March of 2020.
Yeah.
And now you're being relocated by the FBI and kind of moved around
And
because
also the program.
is there?
I'm a candidate for the program still.
Is there a price on your head?
Maybe there is. I don't know. No one sent me an email. I don't know. They didn't try to get me to hit myself. I have no idea. Do I live in fear? No. Am I mindful of my actions? Yeah. Also, it happened to work out that I got released from prison in the middle of a fucking pandemic, and it sucks because the gyms are closed. There's not like that I can go get a job because everything's closed.
You like the front door now?
So luckily, everyone was locked in anyway. We just recently started easing up a little bit, and hopefully this new variant doesn't cause it to lock down again. Because they only just reopened the gyms, and I only just started trying to live a normal life again.
Well, you grew up in this culture, that goes back 3 generations.
Yeah.
Where
just like my friend Gene and Johnny A. Light, the things that they also grew up in.
Right, but you grew up in this family. You're a 3rd generation gangster, and in this life, the worst thing you could be is a rat.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, it wears on me. It wears on me. I
just turned on a video.
Look, here's the thing.
Oh, we got Storm coming in now.
The names I'm mentioning that you hear me calling scumbag, for every one of them, there's a guy I love too, and I won't say the man's name because there's a guy who was a father to me, and when I ultimately put the beef in against my father ratting on me, it was that guy's captain who put the beef in for me. He passed away. I'll mention his name, Don Frisello. He passed away. I loved that guy. The friend of his that I was close with who raised me, he was a real father, not like my father. I love him dearly. I didn't do anything to get him in trouble. I had nothing to do with the case he caught. I hate that he's a stand-up guy. Most likely he'll hate me forever. And that hurts me because I love him dearly. He lost his son and he treated me like a son. And I feel terrible for the way he must feel about me now. I had to cut bait and I had to make a decision for my kids and my future. And I only hope one day he forgives me for it. But I don't expect him to because he's a real stand-up guy. I don't fault him for it.
Well, do you consider yourself a rat?
Yes.
You know what? How am I going to sit here and say I'm not when I did these things? But I'll tell you this much. Maybe I'm a rat with an excuse. I got ratted on by a guy I was reporting up to, who I was on record with.
I'm still afraid of that bear that's around here.
And he was my father. He was my biological father. And he put me in a position to do. I heard him tell a cop, can't you take him away for at least 10
he had a
years?
Ferrari engine in him.
He told you should get him at least 10 years. I heard my father say that.
He was zooming.
I was stabbed in prison twice. My father tried to send me back there to get killed. So, I personally believe most people would have done what I did. If it was like the 60s or 70s, they would have killed me. That's back when murders were easy.
Got his face on a bear.
A gangster would have said, I heard him ratting on me, I'm going to kill him. That's not something, I wasn't going to go do life in prison for him. Instead, I broke ties with it, and this was the only way I could do it.
Well, when you look at the whole concept of snitching.
I would have put it right here.
Whatever you want to say, cooperating. This is something that is so inherent in criminal organizations. Whether it's the mafia, the Crips,
Yeah, I was with 6ix9ine in Geo.
However, however you want to, whatever crew there is anywhere in the world, there's a whole thing about not telling them. But ultimately, when you look at what happens on a larger scale basis, is that you have these bosses who tell everyone beneath them not to cooperate, you never want to do this, and so forth. But most times, when the bosses get pinched, they'll usually cooperate.
They'll cooperate too. That happens now.
Yeah,
Look at Joe Messina.
they'll usually cooperate, and everyone below them, gets destroyed.
Well, I gotta say one thing. Our bosses didn't. Matty Madonna, Steve Crea Sr., Joey DiNapoli, those guys on the case, they went in there, heads held high. Steve Crea Sr. is a man and a half, and so is Matty. They went in there, they knew they were getting life, they knew they were in their 80s. They went in there and they took it on the chin. The trial didn't allocute the things they were supposed to do. I gotta hand it to them, I gotta give them that. Matty did 27 years in the past, and when he came home and they made him acting boss, now you gotta remember, when you look at this guy, you see he's got eyes like a shark. Anyone he looks at, he's looking at them because he has 27. He said to himself, hey, I spent 27 years inside. Here's this young kid, he's gonna have to go do it. And now he's gonna do his 27 years. And he's stuck Chris, and he's gonna hit. Chris got life.
Okay, all those bolts just went right through.
Matt's wife was talking to the agents who arrested Chris in the courtroom. The way he sees it is,
do we trust the bombs or not?
Frank Lucas and Nicky Barnes ratted on me, and I went and did 25, 27 years.
For the warehouses,
all the guys in my
again.
crew gotta go do their 27 years now. And as they look at you and they see a number over your head of money they can make from you or years they can make you do for them. And that's all they care about.
Right, and ultimately, let's just say that you don't cooperate, you do your years. Are you really compensated for all the time you did?
Absolutely not. And now let me tell you something else. Look at what goes on. The actual boss of our family, look at Musa. He's in jail with a guy. He does like 10 years with a guy in a prison.
Two of the same
When
mess.
you do 10 years together, you become more than brothers. And this young guy, Italian guy, who's on record with Vic, and he sent him home and he told them, this is what I want you to do. And this is the boss. He told Steve Crea Sr. and he told Matty, I want you to give this kid $100,000 and I want you to straighten him out immediately.
Where are the damn guns?
The kid came home. He wasn't a kid. He was a middle-aged man, older than me. They gave him $5 grand and told him the books are closed. We're not making it. So the boss sent home the message: make him and give him $100,000. You give him $5 grand and tell him it's not happening with the button.
Some brown pouches.
So yeah, when are you gonna? If that guy got screwed, so what are they gonna do to someone like me? I didn't do 10 years with the boss. So this is what it is. There is no recompense. There is no getting what you have coming to you in a good way. They just stabbed me in the back.
Well, ultimately, the mafia in its heyday in the 60s and 70s.
They did right then.
It was just, it was a very different world. Like you said, you can get away with murders. You can get away with shakedowns. There was no cell phones anywhere. There was no cameras. You can't try your cell phone and figure out where you are. People weren't, there's no social media where 1 million people will jump on a case and try to figure it out and report it to the authorities. I mean, realistically, can you still have a mafia in 2021?
It's over. Listen, I'll mention this again. Right now, you'll always find some impressionable kid in his late teens to mid-20s who you could trick into killing someone for you or doing crimes for you. But because it's glorified on TV and in the movies, but the movies that these kids are going to the movies to watch are written about events that took place in the 50s and 60s. But when they make the movie, they set it in 2010, and it's modern. But it doesn't exist now. The stories that they're making these movies about took place in the heyday when you could have a mob, when there wasn't the RICO law with the draconian sentencing guidelines that everyone's flipping. Back then, you got 5 years, you went and did your 5 years. You came home, you caught another 5 years, you went and did your 5 years. There wasn't lifetime persistent predicates and 3-strike rules. Back then, you did your crimes and you did your time. So we're watching movies right now. You watch The Wire and you watch these shows. It's about shit that happened in the 60s. So kids are getting it in their heads that they want to be that person who doesn't exist anymore. And they're getting caught up out there. Then their back's to the wall and they're saying, hey, I know this guy 3-4 years. I'm about to do 40 years for him? No, I'm gonna flip on him. And that's what's going on right now. And there's no one out there taking these young guys and putting them under their wing and teaching them, hey, go to school, go get a job, go join a union, because this life is over. And that's what it is.
Start 25.
And you know, over the years I've interviewed some of the biggest drug dealers in America, from the freeway Rickies to the little D's, you know, out of Oakland to
you went up
convertible Bird out in Miami, and the story is essentially the same every time. No one ever rides off into the sunset.
No, it ends in prison or
Everyone
death.
gets
As
caught.
usual, there's a lot of guns up here,
they
but
do 20,
none of
30
them are
plus
really worth
years in prison.
Come home not
Whatever
even to an
money,
envelope.
yeah. They come home to nothing. Whatever money they put aside and put in other people's names, the people spend.
They
Whatever
stole it.
property was put in other
Or their
people's
lawyers
names.
got it.
Yeah, you know, that property is now in their name and they're not going to give it back. And they essentially come out as old men or middle-aged men having to start over in a world that they're not even familiar with. They don't know about, you know, iPhones. They don't know about the internet or social
My
media.
cousin Donnie came home. He went to prison before the World Trade Center was finished. He came home, the World Trade Center was gone. He went there for 33 years. And I'll tell you something else. I love the man, and he's a stand-up guy. I'm sure he hates me for what I did. But the year that I did this, he was crippled. He had his whole spine fused together. He just came home from doing 33 years. He sent a message to Matt, boss of the Lucchese's. They were very dear friends. They were on that Pizza Connection case together.
They found like 3
sold a ton of
suppressors
drugs
so
together.
far.
He reached out to Matt. Matt was home. Matt's a millionaire. He said, hey, Matt, I'm crippled. I can't get out of my house. Do you think you could come visit me at my house? I need to talk to you about something. And on the wire, I caught the guy talking about this, said, Matt told him, I'll come there if I could find the time. My cousin Donnie found the 33
I've
years to do
alerted
for you
the
with his
horde.
mouth shut, right? He found that 33 years, and he gave it to you. He didn't make the case easy on you, right? He took his time. He found that 33 years. You can't find 33 minutes to come visit him because he's in a wheelchair? So you didn't go see my cousin, and you know what? He told the kid, Chris, why should I go see him? You're just gonna ask me for money. Money that you have, and he doesn't. And he wanted to try to buy a garbage truck so his son could start a route. So he was gonna ask a friend for a favor, a friend who they made money together. I'm not saying that he went to jail just for Matt, but he did the right thing by Matt, he did the right thing by everybody. And my cousin got told if I could find the time. What do you think my cousin, how do you think he felt when he went to sleep that night? Wow, if he could find the time. When he found the 33 years to do for you scumbags, right? I got no respect for any of them.
Well, Frankie Pasqua, I appreciate you coming in and sharing your story. You know, a life of ups and downs, but I think this really sends a very serious message to people who are watching.
It's on its way up now.
You know, just because it looks great in Goodfellas or Casino or The Godfather.
Again, Lufthansa heist, the 60s. It doesn't exist anymore. Go get a job, go to school.
Exist. Yeah. It doesn't exist. Be a square guy, man. Earn legal money.
Go to work, take care of your family.
Go to work, take care of your family.
I hope that for my
this
brothers.
fast
I hope
money
my
thing
brothers
doesn't work.
never go through what I went through. They're good kids, my brothers, and I wish them the best in life. Anyone in my family, you can hate me all you want. All the hate you give me, I'll give you back love. That's that.
There you have it. Well, Frankie, I appreciate you coming in.
Take care,
sharing your
Vlad. It was
story.
good meeting you.
Peace. Okay, here we go. Today we have Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi, aka Anthony Shades, aka Anthony Cigars, aka the Leg Breaker, who was once the enforcer for the Colombo crime family. Thank you for joining us at Vlad TV today. It's a pleasure.
I'm pecking on my legs.
I want to get into the whole story.
Yeah.
So you grew up in Brooklyn.
Right.
Okay. But before actually growing up in Brooklyn, your family came from Sicily.
Yes.
Okay, and what made them move from Sicily to New York?
Both of my grandfathers, they had cousins that were already over here. And from the story that I got, naturally, was that they were making money over here that you couldn't make over there in Sicily. So both grandfathers took their families and says, we're going to America. And they came to America and they made a lot of money over here. They made more money over here than they would have made in Italy at that time.
Well, from what you said in your book, both your grandfathers were part of the Black Hand?
Oh, yeah.
Now, me and probably a lot of other people got to know the Black Hand from the movie Godfather 2.
Black Hand.
Have you ever seen the movie?
Yeah, the Black Hand was in Godfather 2. Yeah, I don't remember that.
Well, yeah. The in the Godfather 2, you see a young Vito Corleone.
Right.
Right. And as he was coming up in New York, there was a guy named Don Fanucci, who was the head of the Black Hand in Hell's Kitchen.
Right,
and he was basically shaking down all the local
yes.
Italian businesses.
Yes, I forgot that. Yes, you're right. 100% right.
Right. And actually, Don Fanucci became the victim of Vito Corleone's first assassination.
Yeah.
So that's where I was familiar with the Black Hand. But I actually looked into it, and the Black Hand was quite an organization. And this was kind of like the mafia before the mafia.
Well, these are the guys, Black Hand still exists to this day. If you go back to the old country, these are the guys you don't mess with. In other words, when I say you don't mess with these guys, you mess with them, they'll kill you with no two ways about it. If they can't get you, they'll kill your family. End of story. There's no questions asked, no nothing. They don't care from the oldest to the youngest. They'll just take you right out. They just don't care. These are the guys you do not mess with. Even the Italian mafia, as you would call it, or American mafia, they don't mess with the guys from the Black Hand.
Right, because the Black Hand, from what I understand, in the early, late 1800s, early 1900s,
right,
they basically extorted 90% of the Italians that were working and living in New York.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say extorted, kidnapping, murder, arson, and dynamite was regular in what the Black Hand was doing. In fact, the police actually called the Italian neighborhood in New York the bomb zone because so many bombs were going off from the Black Hand extorting businesses.
I wasn't born back then, but I know from what my grandfathers told me what they used to do. Like one of my grandfathers worked in a coal yard, supposedly. My grandfather Frank, my mother's father. And I used to see him in the morning when we lived on Baltic Street because he had an 8-family building and there was nothing but family in there. So he would get up, he goes, I'm going to work. He used to go to, he works in the coal yard. And he'd come back from the coal yard looking the same way he did when he left. He's in the coal yard. He's supposed to get dirty, this guy. Then I see guys used to come to the house one time and we were in the backyard. A bunch of guys came and they were handing him envelopes and I'm looking at them. And I told my father, my father says, let it go. He said, don't worry about it. He goes, you'll find out. And as it got older, I found out everybody was paying my grandfather. They were giving him the envelopes. The whole yard was his basis of operation out of there. He would meet people, have meetings over there, and then he would conduct his business there. And then when he went back to the house on Baltic Street, that 575 Baltic Street was the house. And then they would bring the envelopes. Everybody would bring him the envelopes every week. There was there was a trucking company on the block called Brooklyn. The guy who was there, I remember I was 10. And I remember my grandfather getting into an argument with the guy. His grandfather told me, don't worry about it, it's okay, no problem. During that night, the whole place went on fire. And again, the insurance paid, and the guy started. We had chock full of nuts. Was across the coffee company, they opened up a factory on the block where they would roast the coffee. Every day, my uncles and my grandfather, they would get like 200-300-pound bags. They would give them, plus they would get them. My grandfather had a good racket going.
Well, I guess the Black Hand, when it came to threatening people, they would leave like a piece of paper on someone's door, and they would basically, you mentioned coal, they would basically like cover their hand of coal and leave like their handprint on the paper, to let people know the Black Hand
Yeah.
has some sort of issue with them, and then that basically scared everyone enough to do whatever they said.
Well, see, my grandfather, Frank Casa, that's my mother's father, his real last name is Costello. Him and Frank Costello were cousins. The reason why he changed the name, because he had cousins named Casa in the old country. Every time they came looking for Frank Costello, they grabbed my grandfather. My grandfather was only 5'6". Uncle Frank was like 6'2", 6'3". Now, how are you grabbing this guy? This guy's small, this guy's big, but they were looking for Frank Costello. So he adopted the name Casa after our cousins in Italy. But still, they still kept coming and bothering my grandfather anyway. They always bothered him. But he was some piece of work, my grandfather. He really was.
Okay, so here you are growing up in this family where everyone is essentially mob related. And I guess your uncle is Lucky Luciano?
All right, Lucky was my grandmother's half-brother. My great-grandfather, Anthony, because Lucky's father was Anthony. His real name was Anthony. That's who I got the name from. I got it from him. He had an affair with a woman. And out of the woman came my grandmother, Nancy, Auntie Mary, Auntie Lucy, and Auntie Cumberlina. Now, my grandfather, Tony Luciano, Raimondi, they called him Tony the Barber. He was a cousin to Lucky through blood. Now, he turned around when Lucky's sister, which was my grandmother Nancy, my grandfather snatched her off the streets in Italy and married her. So now him and Lucky, not only their cousins, now they're brother-in-laws. And that's how it went down, and that's how it went down the line. But that was my father's father. He had a barber shop on Columbia Street in Brooklyn. And my grandmother and grandfather, they owned the building. It had 2 apartments above it, and there was Trophy's Bakery on the bottom, which was a very famous bakery back then. And my grandfather had the barber shop across the street. They called him Tony the Barber because he knew how to cut hair. But I remember when I was growing up, and I was always going down there, I saw very few people going there for a haircut. I mean, once or twice people walked in there and you never saw them again. And he was small too, my grandfather. These pictures in my book, that's the one with the tall woman with the frizzy hair, my grandmother.
No, it doesn't mean.
He was only about 5'5". That's all he was, but my both grandfather.
You ready to head to LO2? I mean LO1?
I may have a zombie problem.
God damn, it's dark. Got any more role player? Of course not. And I didn't use all my chem lights. Yeah, flashlight. I doubt them freshies went up to freaking LO1. Random zombie. There's a light over there. What the heck?
There.
Yo, is somebody knocked out over there?
Where the bear was. Hear him?
Yeah, you got some. You still got that rogue flare on you? Or you threw it
That's
over
my
there?
light. Yeah, I dropped that and took my gun out.
Oh, I thought that's where the person got knocked out or something.
Can we keep moving then?
You gonna freaking come up from behind us full speed. I don't know, I don't trust this. Yo, I don't freaking trust the bear, dude. Motherfucker gonna charge up there like a Ferrari. I can't see. Oh, there we go.
You said you want to go up the hill, right? Or you want to see him too?
We're going to LO1.
Then we need to take a rip.
Yeah, we'll get there either way. I'm just trying to get a little bit of distance from that bear. Don't forget. Cause I don't know like how the bear pathing work, but the freaking Terriers, they lock on you from, they'll just lock on to whoever freaking in their vicinity.
Well, that bear was definitely close enough to attack me, but I'm guessing since I was backing away that he's like, okay, fine, go away.
Did you run right up on him? Like, could you see him? Or did you see him?
Oh, I couldn't see him. His growling was right next to me. So.
Yeah, I think I seen a light up there. You see that? On the right? I mean the left.
Wait, left, bitch.
The left. I think I seen a light all the way up there. Or maybe it was part of your life. No, that's a light up there. Oh no, that's a moon. The storm hit so hard that it changed the time of day. That made it nighttime. Alright, so it came in the good way. Can't see nothing, man. I think somebody been here. It's an empty MP5 mag. Oh no, never mind.
Ooh, a honey badger.
I want to do that, but I ain't got no damn light. To like aim and shoot.
There's a flare. Somewhere in this pile.
And DMR M14 mags. Saw it all shoddy. loot suck. Ain't no guns. At all. Maybe dude did come through and take all the guns.
Yeah, they just.
Run a little bit more right. Fake that bear. Probably roaming. Okay. It's getting a little bit lighter. Oh. Never came in from that side. Switch mag, just Glock. What the fuck? Oh, you went down?
Yeah.
Where'd I put it? There we go. Is that you, Shiver?
Huh?
Was that you, Shiver?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was random here.
Did you go to the bottom yet?
No. Well, MVS spec. I mean, built. Was there anything down there? Or no?
Nope.
Yeah, I think it is for sure. The fuck? Christmas tree. Way better. I could not do that anymore, freaking. Joe made me start feeling motion sick. Trying to like.
Do what?
I was trying to freaking just use the flashlight from the damn gun for my visual. I could not do it anymore.
Floor's cleared.
Yeah, why does zombie sound like he invisible or in the wall? Sound right there.
They're upstairs somewhere.
Damn. You got a whole concert up here. I think that bear gonna come over and knock.
There's still more out there.
Damn, I should have took those pouches. That one place down there gotta be a military place also. That Subonovi, or Subosno? Subosno? Everything in red is like military. Damn, to get to prison, you gotta freaking... What in the world? That's a lot of running and swimming and... I go all the way down here, then down there, and just there to get to prison. Oh, nice. Athena 2 was a bust. Should we check out that place also?
Which one?
The one called Swab Boys one area.
We can.
I don't want this. Keep that though. Look at this.
Did you loot everything else up there?
Not really, but... God damn, what am I eating, air? I just ate 2 pieces, I'm still yellow.
You gotta let it work up to it, man.
It ain't even go up, it just stopped. You're just like, nah, not today. Oh, hi zombie. Hi zombie. You can have that container. There we go. That piece of fat put me up. Another AK mag.
I heard a bear. Jesus. It was a long ways away. What the heck was that?
Which
Are
way
you
was
able
it?
to get up? Are you able to get on the roof up there? Never mind, it's a tree. The bear was in that direction. And you're trying to drag him over.
Yeah, get rid of them once and for all. Or give a surprise for the next person that comes over here. Bear skirt. I wouldn't run towards the M60 either though. It's not a friendly weapon to run into. Brunsk Bridge. It sounds like somebody up there. Maybe the bear going after him instead.
Could be.
Oh, there's zombies here. I trapped all my zombies in a crate. And now they mad.
I almost killed myself.
And I'm back yellow. What the fuck? God damn.
Yeah, I was standing a little too close to that gas pump when I shut it. Don't you have a head torch?
Yeah. But I don't got a helmet that could fit with that torch now anymore.
Does that helmet use a universal flashlight?
NVGs. This one like the NVG one.
But nothing else.
I don't know. Stag, please don't be down here either.
Oh yeah, that's right.
This is a new part of town I don't know nothing about.
We shouldn't have our keys and shit on us either, though.
Yeah, it's the one in the whatchamacallit tent base. Oh yeah, I see it. How they
This
gonna
is
be?
usually a toxic zone.
Ain't no cloud. Pretty sure it might be bloodsuckers though. I don't see anywhere to climb up on. Tape measure. Oh, there's somewhere there's something to climb up on. Oh, is it a heli nearby? I hear that thundering sound. Oh, this might be a custom made zone.
I mean, it is, but they're not the first ones to use it.
It's probably a mod. Or if a bloodsucker spawns in or appears in my face. Yo. Oh, they got zombies here at this one. Cool. Oh, this is like the building from Airfield. Cherno. Oh shit. Some zombie right there. This fucking, he was right behind the door as I walked in. Loot, hello? Loot, where are you? Loot. Loot. For the damn loot. Have you found any loot?
No.
Yo, when is it gonna be daytime? God damn. It's been night too long. I'm ready for the sun. Well, I know Jade Island might have some, because they do always mention Jade Island. And it is pretty close.
I mean, there's loot here. It's just not worth touching.
I legit found 0 items in that whole entire airfield building. Not even a freaking chem light. A little freaking glow stick thingy. Damn, why my temperature just hit rock bottom? What the fuck?
Mine did too. Wolves! Wolves! Wolves!
Alright.
Crap, those things are fast.
I think it's a dead town too.
Blaze. Not a replicant.
I am convinced that I am eating fake food. Halfway there.
What?
Halfway there.
I don't see no bridge.
I don't see nothing at all. No show daytime. It feel like it's been a whole hour of just night, like legit in real time.
It is getting lighter.
Why am I getting 3 food down while walking?
Because you're cold. I'm dying. I need to start a fire. Let's see.
I done burnt through so much food. Let's see. Huh. Is that a bridge? I'm not sure.
Huh?
Is that a bridge? Or no?
I don't see nothing.
No, it's not. It ain't no way people swimming all the way over to Jade. If I'm swimming over there, it better be M60s and freaking M249s on the ground. Like, what the fuck? And rucksacks everywhere.
Yeah.
That is far as hell. Wait, is it a bridge on the other side over there? There gotta be a bridge somewhere. It ain't no way. Yeah, I think this is that a bridge? Or is that just the shore over there? Nah. Fuck. I ain't swimming that. Damn. Fuck, why'd I had to say that? Fuck, man. Why'd I had to say that, man? God damn it, Viking.
Yeah, I'm not going over there. Now I can fish for 10 minutes and just buy a rucksack.
I mean, you can't, though.
That one guy comes back with rucksacks all the time selling them.
Oh, that's on the ice. So either way, you gotta cross the water. It's another well bucket.
Those are 5K a piece.
Fuck, I'm tempted to look over there now. Man. That's a long ass swim though. Like, jeez. I would need a dry bag too unless you got a dry bag?
Nope. I mean, I do, but it doesn't keep stuff dry.
That MVS gear is kind of tempting to get a chest rig and all that stuff, finally. Three food down. Oh, we never been on this side of the island.
There's nothing over here. Like, these buildings aren't even on the map.
It might be where the 500k item is, the lighter. That's what everybody say. Spawn the 500k lighter over here. Probably put it in that town all the way far left. Brayol. What is that pickaxe? It's in the earth.
Solar panels.
Is Sardines. What do you need? Is that somebody's car? No. It's a weird shaped rock. $10K, 10 of them. Oh, I thought he said 10K. 10 of them. I'll sell you one for sale. You need 10 rugs. You trying to have rucksacks for days. Man, let's start heading home. I'm freaking running low on food. This freaking side of town is killing me. Like, it's legit murdering me. I don't know why.
You want some fish?
Nah, I should be good making it back. I think this freaking pork is just potato. This wolf meat, I mean.
Oh, the wolf meat, yeah, it is, but it does suck.
These rocks kinda look like bears, I ain't gonna lie. I actually want to see what's at the top of this hill. That Nana. So I can't even run 5 minutes without my food being yellow. Like, what the fuck? Whoa. Is it about to be nighttime again?
No. It was just a cold snap.
I was about to say, yo.
I'm freezing again.
Dang. Let's make it out of this cursed side of town. Anybody that live on this side of town crazy. Too damn cold.
Nothing up here. I take it back.
I just killed them all. Wow, what you find? Man, fuck. That's what we found, wolves.
What?
There's wolves coming.
Oh, there's a helicopter here.
Here they come. There they go.
Where?
Dead. Fucking dead. Deceased.
I didn't even hear you shoot.
At least they're contributing to my food issue right now. Is there anything good in the plane, at least?
Couple guns.
No more freezing. We're out at the crazy part of town. I always keep like 20 freaking things of food on me. That junk put me down to 40. It's the lowest I've been in a long time. I already got one.
Oh, but you can attach the light to that one.
Can I turn it on when I'm holding it? No. Should we hit BKL2 again since we're walking right past it? Check it real quick.
Yeah.
Since we got cheated out of Athena 2 and
At
freaking
4 o'clock in the morning. Sushi man. My wallet's still here.
Yeah, and I did see some patrol pants that's still here. Free heat buff. No. He went in the building I just went out of. That is a lot of zombos. Oh, I don't got a suppressor. Nice. Release one on. AKM semi. What the fuck?
Yeah, I found that earlier. I'm like, nope, thank you.
Why is that even a thing in the game? Why? It can only be semi. It's like a fake DMR at that point. Beowulf mag. MCX Spear Mag. Scar. You know what would be crazy? Yo, what if we walk through these part of the woods right now? We have found that freaking car.
I mean, they'd have to teleport him back over.
It would be a dead car anyway, because we threw our keys. Well, no, we had the hand lock things. They still would have been able to grab the stuff out of it. Bro, it's putting the same mag in over and over. Grab a 30, goddamn. Got like 7 30 round mags. Oh look, somebody put a base here. Probably gonna go to bed once you get the base. Freaking tired. Which is weird because well, let's fly.
Yeah, I probably should have went to bed a couple hours ago. Trying to like shoot him in the leg, so I don't think I hit him once. Yeah, but you almost hit me. Freaking running through a blizzard. It's like not even hurting my temperature or nothing. That freaking side of town is weird. I mean, to be honest, a rucksack is 7K. It sells for 7K at a trader. So him selling it for 7K is basically just trader price. Yeah. It's been a long stream. It's almost 7 hours. Actually, it's longer than that. 8 hours. Because of the other stream.
It's a combo. It hasn't been a 2-hour stream.
Do you need pouches?
Yeah.
Sad.
You heard that other dude?
Yeah.
I accidentally went like dun 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 dun, dun and he really went dun dun. Getting all the way over there. Mimicked it. Get that out of the ear, that air. Freaking werewolves. They're coming.
I didn't even hear him.
Best believe they are coming.
Which direction?
Behind us. There he goes again. Actually, it's from this one. Stop putting the 16 round mag in my junk. I got two 16 round mags. Yeah, I really don't think the K9 is spawning. Either they turned it off, or it's just glitching out and not spawning it. They are roaring again. They're howling. And again, the cheese.
I haven't heard him once.
Again, while you saying that.
Yeah, I'm done. Okay. I just almost fell asleep standing outside.
Good journey. Freaking got the whole cabin set up this entire stream. Got a whole cabin set up, freaking replaced everything, moved everything, lost the car, got the car. Freaking so much has happened these past 6 hours or 7 hours. Got 8 storages, refrigerator, a ballpark grill, some guns, a table, a gazebo, free money from insurance. Wolves keep howling. That's weird that the wolves keep howling, but they're not coming up.
Okay, I gotta go.
You must have force closed it. Your character ain't even do a sitting animation. He like froze mid sit.
Yep. I was gone. Alright, man. Talk to you later.
Hey. I'll be on tomorrow after work. It is 5:04 in the morning. I'll probably watch YouTube or something. I'm gonna stay on for 5 more minutes so the VOD hits 7 hours. So I'm gonna do some like little, I guess, packet mags and stuff like that. Until then. But yeah, we had a good run today. We'll probably next stream I'll probably buy dry sack, and I'll probably start gathering wood and stuff like that, and we'll probably go back down south again, and we'll probably like explore that Jig Island, cause I want to know what's to that. Since it's a new goal. It's a new goal to do. We done came up. We done came up. We used to be broke on this server. It's like we was never broke on this server. We used to be living at a 10 on this server. Now we done bossed up. We got a whole cabin. And a tent. And a car. I wonder if the gas stove will melt this stuff since it is giving heat buff. Yeah. Doesn't really seem like it's working. But food ready for tomorrow's run. Actually, tomorrow after work. After I work, because I do work tomorrow. After work. Never mind. Alright, I'm going to bed. I am going to bed. I can't stay up longer. I am freaking sleepy. I want to go to sleep. I'll catch y'all later. It was a good stream. Good or 8-hour stream. Good 8-hour stream. We did accomplish a lot today. A crap ton today. These past few days, these past like 3 or 4 days, I don't even know how many days it's been now anymore. I've been grinding so much on this freaking server, trying to. I think this is accurate. I think this is right. 2 days. I would, you know what? I would say this is correct. 2 days, 3 hours and 58 minutes. I would say that is correct. I have been grinding a lot. It's been like open. The server's been open for actually I think 4 or 5 days. It was like, yeah, about 4 or 5 days now. I've been grinding non-stop. And I'm tired. My body has said no, go to sleep. But yeah. We are very far ahead. Very far ahead. There's only like probably like a handful of people that are, no, I'd probably say now it's probably like 10. It's 2 handfuls that have grinded enough. There's only 2 with like real cars. The rest got buggies and ADAs still. But yeah. We got a real car. We're a part of the single-handed real car squad. Not buggy squad. But yeah, I'll catch y'all later. About to pass out. I probably won't stream tomorrow. I don't know, but you never know. Maybe we will. Maybe I'll stream. I'm gonna be in after work. I'm gonna hop in the woods. We're gonna be chilling. But yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. Either we're gonna probably play Ark or something tomorrow. I don't know. Ark or probably Daisy. Something tomorrow. But yeah, I'll catch you later. Next stream will probably be, if it's not